There are many things about the world that we take for granted. In fact, one could say we take the world itself for granted. We live a particular way, we engage with others according to time honored conventions. Society is like this, money and banking are like that. Men and women always seem to be at cross purposes. The state is all powerful. We hold all these truths to be the self evident way in which the world was bound to have formed, as if it was always meant to be this way and no alternative makes sense. And thus, we normalize things that we need to think deeply about. One of them is the relationship between state and society. The state has a monopoly on violence. The state also has a monopoly on money. We take these for granted and we don't question them. But we should. We live in one universe, but there are a million other parallel worlds and a multitude of possibilities.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a great economist and writer, Lawrence H. White. Frequent listeners of The Seen and the Unseen would have heard me talk about Larry's masterful book, The Clash of Economic Ideas. He's also an expert on money, especially on free banking, a subject on which he is a pioneer. His Twitter bio says that he was, quote, studying private currencies before it was cool, stop quote. And as you will discover during this conversation, that is so true. To my great dismay, though, he insists he is not Satoshi Nakamoto, but he's still an intellectual hero for many. When I went to Washington, D.C. in July, I thought I'd take the chance and ask him for an episode. I'd actually met him a few years ago in Mumbai. His wife is Indian, he loves Bollywood, and he is the best kind of damad of India. Larry called me over to his office at the George Mason University, where we sat for a few hours and recorded this on July 16th. My friend Shruti Rajgopalan had studied under Larry at JMU, and she had raved about how Larry could speak for hours in class in complete sentences and lucid narratives. So you, gentle listener, are in for a treat. The first 90 minutes of this is really me and Larry talking about his life and his influences, and it's incredibly fascinating. And then I asked him to explain money and banking and crypto and his specialized field of free banking to me from scratch, as if I knew nothing about economics at all. It is such a masterclass, and I know you'll love it. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees, 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Larry, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. Pleasure to have you here.
I've been waiting to have this chat for a long time. I thought I'd invite you before, but online conversations can be awkward, and now that I'm kind of here, it's a good time. I've been recommending your book, The Clash of Economic Ideas, for a long time, and especially for the India chapter, which I think holds a lot of enlightenment for Indian readers as well. But I want to start our conversation first by sort of talking about something else. Like when I just look at the arc of my life, and I think of the passing of time. I was chatting with one of our mutual friends, Kumar Anand, the other day before I came here, and we were just chatting, almost lamenting that so much time has passed since we knew each other, more than 20 years. Mm-hmm. But the world of ideas hasn't changed. There was a time where we were really enthusiastic and we thought that you get the ideas out and you fight in the marketplace of ideas and people will begin to see what should be obvious all around them. And that kind of hasn't happened. And you go in, that youthful optimism is all about the arc of progress going the arc of history going in a particular direction. In our case, we'd have argued the direction of freedom. And it hasn't turned out that way. And when I was rereading your book again before I came today morning, I came across what Hayek said after World War I, where he said we did not realize how fragile our civilization was. So I want to ask you about sort of your journey between hope and despair in all of this time. Like, I think Shruti was mentioning you published your first paper when you were 17 or something.
Not quite.
And in a few months, you'll turn 70. So are you as hopeful as you were? What has changed? Are there things which disillusion you or worry you?
I'm not sure I was ever starry-eyed and thinking that there's going to be a great libertarian revolution or, big sea change in public opinion. But oddly enough, in the field of money and banking, which is what I've been working in, apart from the History of Economic Thought book that you mentioned, things have changed a bit with the advent of cryptocurrencies. So that, as I like to say, when I came out of grad school, if you wanted to give advice about monetary policy, you could only talk to the central bank. They were the only ones who were doing monetary policy. But now my students and I and my colleagues are consulting with private entrepreneurs who are trying to establish their own currencies and who want advice about monetary policy. Now, whether any of these will actually take off remains to be seen. But at least in the area of monetary systems, there has been some progress and some hope of future progress. Central banks haven't changed. That's the same as it always was, and trying to change their minds is one of those cases where, as the cliche has it, somebody is not going to understand your argument when it's in their interest not to understand your argument.
There's a thought experiment I sometimes inflict on my guests, which is that assume that civilization reboots itself. How does the world evolve? Because a lot of the ways in which the world evolves are ways that it would happen anyway. It's almost inevitable given human nature and the way we deal with each other. But a lot of them are historical accidents. They don't have to be that way. And I look at different sort of fields and wonder about how they would have evolved. For example, the first time I thought of this was in the context of sport, where I thought if you reboot civilization, you will always get football because it is so primal. There's a round ball and you're kicking it around, and you'll probably get basketball and you're throwing it around, but you will not get cricket because it is just such a weird counterintuitive game that it's historical accidents of circumstance that bring it about. And I want to ask you, what would banking look like? What would the economic system look like? Because what my intuition is that, of course, we'd need prices because prices are how society talks to each other, and you would have currencies and all of those you would have. But would you necessarily have banking look the way it does? Is it something inherent, or are there a series of historical accidents that bring about a part dependence? Like, a lot of your early work, for example, was in the Scottish banking system, free banking. We'll talk much more about that later, 18th, 19th centuries, which was completely different. It isn't inevitable, I feel, that we ended up here. So what is your sense of what the world could have looked like in a counterfactual?
Well, I think the evolution of money is something that's going to be robust to restarting civilization, because we see it emerge many times, many places, for the basic reason that it facilitates trade and thereby enables people to transform the stuff they produce into the stuff they actually want to consume. But banking is very much, at least the details of banking, is a matter of contracts, and the form that contracts take depends very much on the legal system. So under different legal rules, you get different banking institutions. And if you do the comparative law of banking across countries, so Scotland, which you mentioned, had a different banking law than England. It was Scottish law, which was based on Roman law, and it wasn't a common law system. And so certain kinds of contracts could be enforced more easily under that system. How different were the banks than the banks in England? Well, the balance sheets were actually fairly similar. Some of the contracts were different and some of the enforcement mechanisms were different. But of course, the English banking system was changed by legal restrictions passed by the Parliament that by the English Parliament. The Scottish Parliament did not pass. After the union of the parliaments, they actually continued to allow Scotland to have separate banking institutions and separate banking laws. But eventually the forces of consolidation won out. So I guess I would say in the evolution of banking, of course, it's been severed from the gold standard. When it evolved initially, it was on silver standards and gold standards, but those were overthrown by, I guess you would say, the growth of government. So as governments grew, it became almost inevitable that they would look to the banking system to lend them money and therefore create monopoly privileges and legal restrictions. And this movement, of course, came to a head in the First World War, which you've already mentioned, where all the combatant nations went off the gold standard in order to print money to pay for the war. That's going to be a perennial struggle, even if you reboot civilization. The growth of government is, if there's growth of government, there's going to be pressure on the banking system to serve the government. And the economist Leland Yeager, when he was once asked, do you think we should abolish central banks? He said, yes, provided that we can also abolish the First World War. Because it's during and after the First World War that they really began to act in the modern way of trying to manage the macroeconomy. I really need to do more study of systems that had other banking systems that were based on other legal systems to give a better answer, because my knowledge is pretty much limited to systems where English was the common language. Maybe I need to find some co-authors who can speak a wider range of languages.
So I'd done an episode with Timur Kuran, and he was, talking about the Middle East and what went wrong in economic terms.
Right.
Their decline.
I have his book on the floor behind you.
Yeah. So you're familiar with the thesis, but for the sake of my listeners, essentially, contrary to what people might expect, Islamic laws in the Middle East were on some margins more progressive than the West at the time. For example, when it came to inheritance, the property would be divvied out between the family and between others at large, and daughters would actually inherit something only half of what the sons would, which was unusual. But there was a problem in that. The problem was that large parts of Europe had primogeniture, so the elder son got the property,
right,
and therefore you knew if you started a business, there was a stability there, who's going to get it. Like if you and I start a partnership, there's a stability, the title is not going to be under dispute at any point.
Right.
That not being the case in the Middle East meant that the scale of companies was necessarily restricted because people would not do long-term contracts. They would do short-term contracts for each transaction or each deal or whatever.
Right.
And that meant that the joint stock company never evolved from there, and complicated financial systems never evolved from there, and a lot of the financial innovations that fueled the progress of the West simply didn't happen. And when I think of that sort of part dependence from one sort of historical accident, which itself was caused by other accidents, is kind of staggering. But is your broad case then, and that the state was bound to evolve, and once you had states, they were bound to always, in their self-interest, grow and covet power and seek to sort of sustain themselves. And for that reason, they would always have a monopoly on money, as it were. And whether the First World War happens or not, at some level, fiat currencies are therefore inevitable. And, if there is a state, and the state being what it is, there's no way around that. And therefore, the fight of liberals everywhere has to be to sort of limit the power of the state. And one of the margins on which that battle takes place is money. Is that a broad summation of?
That's a very good broad summation. But yes, I mean, if you go back to the very origins of classical liberalism, which you can find I think, in some of the scholastics and pre-scholastics who complained about kings debasing the coinage. And they're defending the rights of the people not to have their money fraudulently reduced in silver content. This is one of the issues on which people begin to form the ideas of individual rights that are not just granted by the king or not granted by God, but that, well, maybe by God, but not by the king, not by the state. They're natural, whether that's theological or not. So you're right. To avoid the state dominating the monetary system, the state has to be limited. And so it's a perennial battle because the benefits from consolidating power are concentrated and the costs are diffused. So there's a collective action problem for the rest of us to limit the scope of the state. And you use the term accidents. History is a series of accidents whereby in some crisis, people let down their guard and gave the state power that they didn't take back later. I don't know that the growth of the state is to its current size is inevitable, but it has happened. And shrinking it is a challenge. Just holding it, keeping it from getting even bigger is a challenge. But I think in the area of money and banking and other industries where location is not so fixed, right? If you have a fixed location, then it's hard to avoid the state noticing you and constraining you. But in an industry like banking, where it's all immaterial, and in now publishing, music publishing, anything digital, it's immaterial, then there's a better chance of escaping the grasp of any geographic state. So people can move their banking offshore. They can use a currency not issued by their local state if they can either convince the state to allow them or if they can hide it well enough. So I think there's some hope of keeping the state on the defensive. But the battle right now in money, to make it more specific, is over central banks taking over retail payments in what's called central bank digital currency. So that's the forefront now. Central banks want to get into, or some of them. It's not yet inevitable. And I think the fight is actually going pretty well. The central bank digital currency projects that have been launched, say in the Bahamas or Nigeria, are not succeeding. They're not attracting lots of users. And in other countries, officials or central bank officials even are saying, we're not sure we want to get into this business. We don't really see the rationale for it. Although at the top, you get people like Christine Lagarde who have this fear of missing out. The central bank should do it because otherwise they become irrelevant. But so far there hasn't it hasn't happened, and I think there's some optimism. Now, as far as making payments more private than they are now, that's difficult. The idea that our regulators need to be able to inspect everybody's financial records in order to fight money laundering and terrorism and whatever horrible crime you can imagine. It's an argument that persuades a lot of people, even though if you look at the numbers, the anti-money laundering regulations have a terrible benefit cost ratio. Hardly anybody is caught, and enormous costs are incurred by the people who have to file the paperwork. And occasionally innocent people get caught up in it for, technical violations. So that's where the battle is right now. But as you mentioned, states have already established fiat monies. They've ended the gold standard, which was a money whose value was not dependent on the good graces of your local central banker. The other place where there is a battle going on is over whether people can use money issued outside their own country. So in some places, this takes the form of, are people allowed to use U.S. dollars? And in Argentina, the new president promised in his campaign that he would allow the country to dollarize, because the Argentine peso is only kept in place by a series of legal restrictions that make it mandatory to use pesos for certain kinds of transactions. But he hasn't followed through on that promise yet. So that's where the debate is.
You mentioned earlier that, you don't think it's necessarily inevitable that the state would have grown the way it has and become what it is. And I sometimes wonder that, has there ever been a state that has grown smaller, short of war or catastrophe? Because the way I think about it, in my lifetime, I've just seen the state grow massively. We were very lucky in India that it got out of the way in some areas, but only some areas. And even there has been some sliding backwards that has happened. But it seems to me that, maybe once in a while you have outlier circumstances that kind of create that. But I feel like it's not inevitable, though I do share the optimism that the state can become less relevant in the lives of people because of technology. So digital workers, for example, can use cryptocurrency and whatever. Technology can empower people and sort of aid the cause of liberalism more than political movements ever could. But nevertheless, the state is just a gargantuan beast. It keeps fighting back. It uses this technology. In India, there are great worries about, the new digital public infrastructure, quote unquote, being used for mass surveillance for a panopticon. And
the Aadhaar card.
The Aadhaar card, and the Aadhaar card is part of an infrastructure which is, they're calling either digital public goods, which is absurd because they're not public goods, or a digital public infrastructure. But whatever they call it, while some of the technology is impressive, it is also impressive in a sense that it increases what James C. Scott would call state legibility. The state can see us better, control us better. And also, it has a monopoly on this. So right now you can look at the technology and say, wow, Aadhaar is amazing. I don't need to carry my wallet around. I don't need to carry cash around. Though I think cash is freedom, but others may find it much more convenient just to never have to do that. But in the long run, if the state has a monopoly on anything, it simply can't end well. So, I don't know if there's a question here, but I'd love examples where civil society can actually push back successfully and a state can actually, reform itself radically. Because
so Argentina is a test case right now because it's a dramatic change in the ruling party. But now we'll see whether, even with a popular majority, the candidate calling for shrinking the state can prevail against, the permanent state, the deep state. This public sector employees like their jobs.
What is your sense of Javier Milei? What do you feel about what's going on there?
I'm optimistic that he can achieve some reforms. He's already done some by executive order. I am concerned that he's delaying dollarization, but he has a political problem in that his party has very few seats in the legislature. So he has to rely on a coalition with another center-right party, which is more conservative in the sense of not wanting to upset things, and they're going slowly. So that's the party that Macri represented 5 or 10 years ago. And the Macri administration didn't accomplish much, even though they were anti-Peronist. They didn't accomplish much. So it remains to be seen, but I think Milei himself is certainly sincere. The question is whether he can, build a winning coalition. One of the arguments, I was in Argentina in November to speak at a Bitcoin conference, but I was in Argentina in June to speak at a conference that the Cato Institute co-organized, sort of celebrating the new government or the prospect of the new government in Argentina and trying to encourage them to follow through on their campaign platform. So I was on a panel urging rapid dollarization, and Milei was the last speaker at the conference, and the audience was there to see him, so he was very warmly received. But I was a little disappointed in the speech he gave, in that it was like a campaign speech. He was trumpeting what he had done in the few months he had been in office and criticizing his critics, but not really enunciating principles. The way he did magnificently at the Davos conference, if you've listened to the speech he gave there. So we'll see. I mean, you should never put your faith in politicians. And he's become a politician, but he did during his campaign, make ruthless fun of his opponents. So I don't know if that's an obstacle to his getting a governing coalition together that can actually change the laws.
One of the early themes you address in your book, and you've spoken about it elsewhere as well, is on whether ideas and intellectuals matter, where you've cited Hayek and Keynes as saying that, ideas and intellectuals do matter. Keynes has a famous quote about...
It's something that intellectuals would like to believe.
Yeah. And Keynes has this famous quote about how all politicians are slaves of some defunct economist, in his words. But you also cite Pareto, for example, saying that ideas are fig leaves for interests. At the end of the day, people have interests and they'll adopt whatever ideology, serves as a good window dressing for that. Stiegler famously pointed out that, look, everybody's known for 100 years that tariffs are bad. There's no economic argument on the other side, and yet tariffs continue to persist. So it's all about interests and not.
Yeah.
And so what you just said is also really interesting in the sense that you said that he's become a politician. And I really wonder, because sometimes you find a person like that and you wonder, maybe he is driven by ideas and principles, but if so, maybe he's an outlier. And then he's also got to, do his politics, which you can't blame him for, because you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So where do you stand on that? Like, through your journey, what have you seen that, ideas matter to us who are talking about ideas and discussing them? Do they matter so much in the real world?
I think they do. I think Keynes and Hayek were right at some level, but they have to struggle against the power of vested interests, of course. But people perceive their own interests through an ideological framework, and not everybody is completely cynical. So people do want to do the right thing and want to be able to convince themselves that they're doing the right thing. In Trump's first term, he managed to find the one economist who was against free trade, which was Peter Navarro, to sort of lead his team. But you're right. Economists, 95 or 98% of economists understand the benefits of trade. And anything you want to accomplish by tariffs can be accomplished, like raising revenue, can be accomplished more efficiently some other way. And maybe it was Stigler who said you could, raise enough money to pay off the vested interests without continually having distorted trade. That would be cheaper. But it's hard to find a fig leaf for that kind of sort of naked transfer program. So I've never been interested in party politics, but I've been interested in trying to influence public policy indirectly. So I've given congressional testimony. I guess that's the closest I've come to politics. Never worked for a candidate or anything like that. So somewhere in the back of my mind, I must believe that it makes a difference, that somebody may read something I've written and be inspired, or at the margin to do something they hadn't done, or to avoid some unjustifiable thing that they were thinking about doing. And this, of course, is I work with the Mercatus Institute here, and part of they have an academic side and they have a policy side where, for example, last time I gave congressional testimony, they set up a sort of mock hearing so I could sort of practice deflecting questions or, framing the answer the way I wanted it framed and not the way the questioner was trying to push things. So that's useful service. But I can't, claim any particular piece of legislation that I've influenced. I think the most I can claim is that some of the people who have been involved in developing cryptocurrencies read and cited my work. And so that's another way to change the world that I hadn't thought of when I was writing about private money back before it, was a new reality, back when it was, a dusty history topic. So that's just been, fortunate.
Let's go back into industry history. In fact, I want to go back to before you were an economist, and you've been an economist for most of your life. But tell me a bit about your childhood. Where did you grow up? What was that like?
So I grew up in Moorestown, New Jersey, which is a suburb of Philadelphia on the southern New Jersey side. And those of us from southern New Jersey like to distinguish it from northern New Jersey, which has a reputation as a, crowded, polluted place, which is actually kind of unfair. If you get away from the New Jersey Turnpike, it's not all oil refineries. Anyway, it was a very old town. It was founded by Quakers before the American Revolution, so there was a lot of history. I went to a public high school, but it was, in those days, it was a very well-funded public high school. Moorestown was a relatively prosperous suburb, and spending per student was much higher than in some other towns next to ours. So there's a sorting process that, the taboo model explains, that people who don't want to pay high taxes and are okay with mediocre schools will move to places with low taxes and low spending on schools. But fortunately for me, our town had high spending on schools, so it's a pretty good school system. I got interested in ideas maybe around 10th grade, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly where that came from, but the first issue I got interested in was the Vietnam War. And so there was still a draft, and there was an outfit in town called the South Jersey Peace Center. And I thought, peace was a good thing, and I thought not drafting people, letting them live their own lives was a good thing, although I didn't have any really articulated theory yet. But then I discovered that the people at the South Jersey Peace Center, some of them were socialists, and that struck me as anomalous. I thought, the reason to oppose the war is so people can live freely. And the reason to oppose the draft is so people can live their own lives. So I went around and tried to find somebody who agreed with that. And I stumbled upon the very early stages of the libertarian movement. So the first book I read was in that sort of confirmed my view of the world was called Radical Libertarianism by an author named Jerome Tuccille. And I later discovered that almost everything in Tuccille's book was cribbed from an advanced copy of Murray Rothbard's For a New Liberty, which came out in 1973. And I think Tuccille's book came out in 1971. So, well, he quoted Rothbard copiously in the book, but that was my first introduction. And then in high school, I was a subscriber to a left liberal magazine called The New Republic, which still exists, but its character, it's changed a bit. And there appeared, I guess it was just one of those trade ad swaps, an ad for an outfit called Books for Libertarians, which was the forerunner of what became Laissez-Faire Books. And so from them, I started ordering Milton Friedman's Capitalism and Freedom, Murray Rothbard's Power and Market, Henry Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson, the collection of nonfiction essays that Ayn Rand edited, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. So those were the first sort of ideological books that I started with. And of course, when you read Rothbard, then Friedman seems like he's kind of a sellout. He's going halfway. I've come to appreciate Friedman more since then. But that's the kind of thing I was reading. And in the summer before I went to college, I read Rothbard's Man, Economy, and State, which is this long economics treatise, basically setting out in a more user-friendly way the ideas from Ludwig von Mises' treatise, Human Action. So I read these thinking, well, I think I want to major in economics when I get to college. My career's ambitions were a little undefined. I thought maybe I would want to become a lawyer, and this was a good pre-law program. I later found out that a lot of what lawyers do is pretty boring. It's not all, dramatically winning a case in a courtroom. And an important role model for me when I was in college was I went to a conference and heard Israel Kirzner speak. And he was very dignified and spoke very well and was, giving his views of economic issues, and people were paying rapt attention to him. And I thought, that looks like a career I could enjoy. And so I began to think about going to graduate school in economics. But that was the preamble to my becoming an economist.
And in general, were you an outlier in terms of the books you read, or was there a healthy culture of libertarian ideas or classical liberal ideas or whatever around you?
Oh, there was nobody around me in my school, or I took a government course in high school, and the woman who taught it had very, conventional views and was kind of baffled by the arguments I was making. I participated in a program called Youth in Government that the YMCA organized, where they had a mock state legislature. I think I did that 3 years. So you would go and write up legislation and then try to get all the other students who were participating to pass it. And I didn't run into any libertarians there until I went to their national version. And there I ran into a group of Randians who were quoting from Atlas Shrugged, which I had never heard of. And that actually kind of put me off because they were a little bit too gung-ho. It was clear that they had a set of views that if you didn't accept, then they would, not give you their sanction. So I didn't read Rand's novels until much later because I had this evidence of what it did to people. But I read her nonfiction essays, some of which were written by Alan Greenspan. So his essay on gold from the 1960s was an influence, I think. So I got to college having read Rothbard's Man, Economy, and State, and I was actually surprised to learn that they were still teaching Keynesian economics because it had all been refuted. Didn't they know that it's all been refuted? No, they didn't know it's all been refuted. So I fortunately, I think, learned not to be a pest in the classroom, but, ask questions politely and try to get inside the models that other people were using in order to understand what was wrong with them. So I remember the first time in class, the instructor introduced Ricardian comparative advantage and gave one of those numerical examples where both countries are better off when they trade. And I thought, is this some trick or is this genuine? And I had to sit down and think about it. And before I was convinced that, this actually works. This actually makes sense. Whereas I was always skeptical of the sort of basic textbook Keynesian model where output is driven by spending and not by production. You just have to have enough demand and you'll get enough output.
Tell me about the people you met at Harvard who influenced you. Like, I believe Nozick was there when you were there, Israel Kirzner, Mario Rizzo, Leon. I can't pronounce the last name, but you know who I'm talking about.
Axel Leonhofen.
Yeah, Axel Leon.
So that was later. That was at UCLA. And Rizzo and Kirzner were at NYU. But
Sorry, I don't want to compress that period, so let's go as slow as you want. Tell me about...
Yeah, so I went to Harvard because I was told they had the best combination of economics and other fields I might be interested in. And I think that turned out to be true. So I took a number of courses in philosophy, including one from Nozick and one from John Rawls. The course, Nozick was a fascinating figure because he never taught the same course twice. He taught whatever he was working on in his research. So the semester I took him, he was writing a paper that was published under the title On Austrian Methodology, where he was thinking about the methodology of social sciences and looking at the claims that Mises and Hayek and Rothbard were making about the way economics should be done and evaluating them in a, fair-minded way. But it was exciting because he would come to class having read something by Mises and say, here's what I think Mises is saying. But there were maybe a dozen of us in class who were all interested in Austrian economics. And then we had read Human Action. And so we were able to say, no, I think he doesn't mean that. He means this. And so we felt like we were, participating in an academic exercise, or enterprise, which was fun. Whereas in most other courses, it was the professor gives a lecture and it's all polished and done, and no input from the students is necessary other than memorize. There was one other course that Nozick taught that I just audited. He co-taught a course with a biologist named Richard Herrnstein, who was very much into the importance of genetics, things you couldn't say on campus now. But he would lecture and Nozick would then respond, and Nozick would lecture and he would respond. So it's fascinating because they agreed about some things, but not about everything. I took a course in the history department for Bernard Bailyn, who wrote the famous book, The Ideological Origins of the American Revolution. So he was an excellent lecturer, and it was a very well-structured course. And the idea that the American Revolution was a libertarian event was very persuasive to me, given my priors. But it gave me a sense of how to do intellectual history. I took a 2-semester course on intellectual history of the United States by Donald Fleming, as a name most people don't know, but he was important in his day. But for Fleming, I had to write 2 term papers, one on sort of pre-Civil War America and the other on post-Civil War America. And this turned out to be important in my life story because I had to write a paper about somebody from the first half from the early American Republic. And I didn't know who would be a good paper topic, but I had met Walter Grinder. So Walter Grinder was became a vice president of the Institute for Humane Studies, which is still around. And in fact, when he worked there, it was located in Menlo Park, California, but it has relocated to George Mason University. It's on our Arlington campus. So I had met Walter at the same Libertarian Scholars Conference in New York where I had heard Kerzner speaking. So I got in touch with Walter and said, who would be a good subject for this paper? And he said, you should look at the work of William Leggett. So Leggett was a newspaper editor in New York in the 1820s and 30s, about 26 to 37. He was co-editor of the New York Evening Post together with William Cullen Bryant, who's an important editor and poet. He's one of the most celebrated poets of his day. And Bryant with a T, behind the New York Public Library, is named after him. And he was a classical liberal. And when Leggett joined the newspaper, he was an actor who couldn't get enough acting jobs. So he started writing, reviews of Broadway plays and so on. But he absorbed his ideas from Bryant and went beyond because he thought for himself. And he became, in just a few years, I would say, the most consistent and radical libertarian in the Jacksonian movement. So he was an important voice calling for free banking in America. Ended up being associated with a splinter of the Democratic Party who called themselves the Loco Focos. It's a long story where they got that name, but I ended up writing a paper about him, and it was a fun project, and I ended up going to the New York Public Library newspaper annex to read copies of the newspaper he edited in 1836 called The Plain Dealer, which is totally written by him. That is the essays, the editorials that hadn't ever been reprinted. So a collection of his best essays had been published shortly after his death, but there was a lot of good stuff in The Plain Dealer that hadn't been reprinted. And it was there that I ran across a piece of his, which was not in the collected works, about the free banking system in Scotland. And what a wonderful model this was, and how it was very free and yet very orderly, very competitive, no privileges. So as a Jacksonian, he emphasized the need to do away with the privileges by which we in the United States were getting an aristocracy of privilege. So he said it's not a hereditary aristocracy, but it's an aristocracy of pull. But anyway, so he described this system in Scotland that I had never heard of. Nobody I talked to had heard of it. So I kind of put that in the back of my mind. And when I got to graduate school and took a course in monetary theory where Axel Leijonhufvud was the instructor, and he, just for kind of accidental reasons, he said he was tired of modern monetary theory where money doesn't matter because everything is equilibrium. He had us reading the 19th century literature, the currency school versus the banking school debate and the debates over the foundations of central banks. So I took the opportunity to investigate the Scottish free banking case and wrote a long-term paper for him. And he said, I've never heard of this. That makes it interesting. Other economists haven't heard of this. People will find this interesting. Why don't you make this your dissertation? So I made it my dissertation and he became my advisor, even though it wasn't anything he was working on. But he was very open-minded about it. Only after I finished did I realize I'd written a dissertation where I never once cited my advisor, which is an unusual thing to do. But he was okay with it. But that's how I got started on free banking, by having discovered these claims that Leggett made and wondering, could this really be true? And pretty much it was true. He wasn't exaggerating. Yeah, so I took 2 courses from Edward Banfield, who is in the government department, but is kind of a, you might say, political sociologist. So his most famous book was called The Unheavenly City. And it's very interesting because it's a very, I would say, clear-eyed discussion of problems arising from social groups who have bad values, I guess you could say, who don't save, who don't value family cohesion, who don't respect property rights. So he wrote about the underclass in South Italy in his first book. But in The Unheavenly City, he talked about the United States and urban problems that arise from, not just from, bad rules and regulations, but from people not having the right work ethic. Anyway, the course I took for him wasn't about that. It was about the way government policy actually gets made. So it was, not pie in the sky. It was looking at actual case studies, which I've always found useful because, and this is the case in banking regulation as much as anywhere else, people imagine that regulation is going to be administered in a way that improves things, not taking into account that there's the problem of capture by the industry, people going back and forth between the regulatory agency and the banks or the investment banks. And so not having the interest of the public at heart, but rather the interest of the industry. And we've seen illustrations of that in recent years. There's a famous story of Carmen Segarra, who was a regulator from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, who was embedded in, which bank was it? I think it was Goldman Sachs. And when she discovered that they were doing something illegal and she went to her boss said, "Oh, no, we can't upset Goldman Sachs," as though they were his client. But I wrote a paper for Banfield, which was one of my first publications, on privatizing municipal services, which was, a idea Reason magazine was pushing even back then. And Banfield's response was, "Good luck." But the kind of place Harvard was, if you were lucky, was in this seminar. It was a graduate level course of Banfield's that I took. So that was the second course I took. One of the other students in the seminar was Barney Frank.
Whoa.
And at that point, Barney Frank was a Boston city councilman. And we had a speaker come in and talk about the problem of workers who don't want to do their jobs and are so well protected by the union that they can't be made to do their jobs. And he talked about the problem of getting them to sweep the streets. And they don't sweep the streets because the machines are broken. And Barney Frank said, well, and it's not their problem. The machines are broken. And the speaker said, you don't understand. They broke the machines so that they wouldn't have to work. That's the problem. So that was entertaining. And who else? In the economics department, the most famous faculty didn't teach undergraduates, but I had a course I took the international trade and finance sequence, and Rachel McCulloch taught international trade. And she was a University of Chicago product, so she was fairly market oriented, but probably the most important thing she ever did for me was she recommended that I should go to UCLA for graduate school because she knew I was, free market oriented. And she said, you'll feel at home there. And so she recommended me to them, and the director of recruitment in the economics department was Michael Darby, who knew her from graduate school. So he counted that as an important recommendation. But Rachel McCulloch told me they're a little crazy there, but they're your kind of crazy, which turned out to be true. And let's see, anybody else? It was a fun place in that some of the students I met later became important people. So Grover Norquist, I met as a college student. He was a couple of years younger than me. Peter Ferrara, I hung out with, who later wrote important studies on Social Security reform for the Cato Institute. Steve Chapman, who was a columnist for the Chicago Tribune for maybe 30 years. And it's not, a radical libertarian, but a sensible person. There was an outfit off the edge of campus called the Kennedy Institute of Politics, and they had non-credit seminars. And each semester they had one token non-leftist seminar. And often it was led by a man named David Brudnoy, who was a libertarian who did movie reviews for a Boston television station. But he brought in famous speakers. So William F. Buckley came to speak to our seminar, and there are about a dozen of us in it. So that was the kind of, opportunity you might not get at another school. So I got to know, some of my fellow libertarian students, and we formed a student group. Initially, it was called, after the American Revolutionary group called the Sons of Liberty, we called it the Harvard Sons of Liberty. Then it was pointed out to us, there are women at this college, so we became the Harvard Radcliffe Sons and Daughters of Liberty. And there was, in fact, a Daughters of Liberty group at the same time there was a Sons of Liberty. So the Sons of Liberty was the group that Sam Adams, later of craft beer fame, led. So the other two important people I met at Harvard were Randy Barnett, who was a student at the law school at the time, and John Hagel, who was in the joint law and business program. And the two of them organized a dinner club that invited well-known people to come speak. So I got an education in the sort of broader range of libertarian issues. And Randy Barnett has just published a memoir, and Pete Betke just told me that I need to read it because I'm mentioned in a few pages, so I haven't done that yet. But I've kept in touch with them through the years, actually better than with other people I knew in college. Anyway, so thanks to Rachel McCulloch and thanks to UCLA being the best school that offered me money, I ended up at UCLA, where there's a whole new cast of characters. It was a very unusual economics department, so they were distinctive from the rest of the profession. And it was kind of a running joke that it was a farm team. In American baseball, the major league teams have feeder systems that are known as farm teams because you're raising up the talent before it is good enough for the major leagues. But the people at UCLA were not just, secondhand Chicagoites. They had a distinctive approach to price theory. And Leijenhoeft and Clower, Robert Clower co-authored a lot with Axel Leijenhoeft, had a distinctive approach to macroeconomics, to monetary theory, I should say. So the UCLA view is that there really isn't a subject of macroeconomics. There's price theory and there's monetary theory. So if you want to look at the aggregate economy, you want to look at it through the lens of the supply and demand for money, because that's what matters. So although I ended up specializing in money, I wrote a paper some years ago with Don Boudreaux, which is about whether it's inefficient to have competing banknotes, given that they don't compete on price, right? You don't earn any interest by using the currency issued by a bank when it's a circulating currency. I wrote a different paper on why it makes sense for banks not to pay interest on their currency, simply because the transaction costs, there's no easy way to do it. But with Don, I wrote a paper on whether it's inefficient for the banks to compete along non-price dimensions, because the traditional mainstream view is that you should only compete on price. If you compete by differentiating your product, then you're just trying to fool consumers. It's some kind of spurious, wasteful competition. And we argued that it's not, but that's very much sort of UCLA price theory applied to currency. At least that's the way I thought of it.
Tell me a bit about habits of the mind. For example, I was very intrigued by what you said about Nozick, where he comes in and the way he's teaching something it is not something that he pretends to be the great authority on. He's reading it himself. He's reading Mises himself. And it's almost like a dialogue with all of you, because you also read Mises. And, one model of a great mind could be a great mind will possess great knowledge and will, give you that knowledge and you sit down and take it. And another model could be that it is not about what is in the mind, but it is about how you engage with the world. What are your habits of thinking, that you're open and you're curious and you're kind of moving forward. And it also strikes me that, and this is a separate question but also related, that as a student or as a young person, there could be the tendency that you get drawn to a set of principles because they seem to explain the world, and it could be liberty, it could be Marx, it could be whatever. There's a set of principles, it's a framework, you look at the world through that. So initially you have that one hammer for every nail, and then gradually you get mugged by reality, and then you start sort of changing. But what often happens, even for people that I have agreed with in the past, is that I realized that it is not the principle so much, it is a kind of tribalism, that once you have gotten drawn to a particular ideological tribe on campus, for example, or wherever on social media today, you are then part of that tribe, and the principles become a window dressing for you. It becomes sort of the entry into that group of people. And a lot of people who espouse these principles, therefore, don't really care about them. It's cognitive laziness. For example, in America, we've seen how many Republicans who really should know better when it comes to economics and trade just went fully Trumpist. And it's, to me, from on the outside, it is completely incoherent.
Yeah.
Because, Trump is anything but a classic Republican. He's almost a repudiation of that in many ways. Trump and Bernie Sanders were so similar on economics in 2016.
Well, so it's an indication of that the Republicans just had a spokesman from the Teamsters Union speak at their convention.
Yeah.
And I read some comment on it where somebody said, well, they're going to have to, face up to the fact that their views are actually very similar to those of the Teamsters Union. I said, face up to it. They are embracing that commonality of being xenophobic and protectionist.
So my question is this, and we've seen the same thing in India, where people who supported Modi in 2014 because they said, "Hey, we need free markets," which is a good reason, continued being with him when he showed that he's completely statist and brought import substitution back. But the question is,
the demonetization was a kind of crucial issue in which I was extremely disappointed to see Jagdish Bhagwati and some of his co-authors defending demonetization on the most imaginative grounds. Oh, it's a revenue measure. Oh, it's a anti-corruption measure.
that's actually, in a sense, exactly what I mean. That people you would not expect to make such an argument made that argument. I remember you and Shruti wrote a great piece at the time talking about why demonetization was bad. And, when I wrote a column on it for Times of India, I pointed out that demonetization is something no self-respecting conservative or libertarian would ever do. So it's not right-wing. It's actually right out of Mao's playbook. I think of the Great Sparrows campaign, and that's exactly what it was. But the question I was coming at is that I have noticed with some dismay that I think most people, whether they are teachers or academics or professors or students, get drawn into that kind of cognitive laziness where they stop questioning the world. They adopt a package of beliefs, which you or I in a particular moment may or may not agree with. But that package of beliefs, they're not constantly thinking, they're not constantly curious, they're not constantly, brushing up against the real world the way Nozick would have when he's lecturing on a subject on which you guys might know as much as he does. So what is your observation of, those habits of the mind? Like other, the great thinkers that you've had the, good fortune to meet, are they all kind of like this, that they are humble, curious, always knocking up against the real world? And are the mediocre minds all people who have just stagnated and,
Well, Nozick is an unusual case. I mean, a remarkable ability to think on his feet. And nobody ever wanted to debate him because he could, find counterexamples to their claims instantly. But it is refreshing to see someone who's not giving you something packaged and reacting defensively to any questions or criticism of that package. And in Anarchy, State, and Utopia, which he published while I was at Harvard, and I went in and had him sign it, so I have a signed copy, he says, there's room for words on topics other than the last word. So that was very refreshing way to approach things. No, not everybody who's an authority or, who writes a useful book is that flexible or that curious, I guess. So you have to get what you can out of books that are designed to persuade you of a particular thing and, pick and choose, because it may not all be, there may be parts that the author has convinced himself that he needs to be committed to, but he doesn't really. So within Austrian economics circles, I became a critic of Murray Rothbard's 100% reserve proposal because it didn't make sense to me. It didn't seem to me consistent with Rothbard's own legal theory, where people should be free to make the contracts they want. Saying that banks should be compelled to hold 100% reserves is saying they can't make a contract in which the customer agrees to let them hold fractional reserves. But anyway, we can get into that in more detail if you like. But I thought Man, Economy, and State was a great book. I haven't reread it recently. I hope wouldn't be disappointed if I did reread it again. But because it was, architectonic, it sort of built a structure from the ground up, and here's the economic way of thinking, and here's how you can understand social phenomena by reasoning about them from some simple premises about the way people behave. They prefer more to less. They prefer leisure to labor, and so on. That can be very instructive too, but you have to know you have to approach it critically, so that if the author is adding things that don't really fit, can feel free to discard them. So I don't think I could ever, well, I shouldn't say that, but I never have taught a course the way Nozick taught it, because he could think on his feet well enough to speak for an hour without having written it all out ahead of time. Whereas I like to have it written out ahead of time. Even though, as I've, sort of memorized my own lecture notes, it's become easier to, and actually more enjoyable, to ask the students to interrupt me with questions, because otherwise I'm just reciting something that, especially once I've written it down and published it, they can read it. They don't need to hear it from me. But yeah, that takes a certain talent. The semester after he taught the course on Austrian methodology, he taught a course on the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo.
Wow, oh my God.
Which I did not take, but maybe I should have, because I was recently reading a biography of Sri Aurobindo, and it was quite interesting. And he had some interesting ideas. He had some crazy ideas too. But it's an interesting character.
Anarchy State and Aurobindo.
So I think taking philosophy courses and history courses and government courses, I never thought that economics was the one hammer to explain the entire world. And at UCLA, some of the faculty were so steeped in the Chicago economic way of thinking that they made that mistake. They didn't think there was any such thing as ethics. There is only people expressing their wants. And if you say this is moral, all you're saying is, I prefer this. I did a seminar for IHS one summer where one of the other faculty members, who was an economist, said this out loud, and it's just, a stupid thing to say. that there's no discipline of ethics. There's only, emotive statements.
I remember this anecdote about Einstein once, that when Einstein was teaching, one particular semester, he set a bunch of questions for his students and gave it to them. And the next year, he gave the same set. So his teaching assistant asked him that, hey, you've just asked them the same questions you did last year. And Einstein turned to him and said, yes, but the answers have changed. Right? And I love that story. And I wonder that nothing that dramatic happened in economics, but through your time, would you look at something that you used to think you know well at a particular point in time and say that the answers have changed, or at least for you in your mind, the answers have changed, that there have been shifts in the way that you think about something, or, that would have surprised the 25-year-old you?
I suppose this is a confession of weakness, but I can't think of anything I've changed my mind any big issue I've changed my mind in a big way on. So I have recognized sort of qualifications to assertions I've made, and that some things are more subtle than I used to realize. I've become more skeptical of the feasibility of an anarcho-capitalist system with, completely private law adjudication. Not for business law. Business law is easy. We got lots of history of arbitration and private courts to settle contractual disputes. But that's because that's repeated dealing, and contracts are cases where you know the other party, and so you're going to write a contract, and then there's going to be a limited range of factual questions about whether the contract was fulfilled. But when you're dealing with criminals who you don't have any contact with beforehand, who just appear out of the blue and hit you and take your stuff, that's a problem. They're not going to go to arbitration with you to settle the dispute. And then I haven't sort of deeply tried to write anything, and it's only by writing down your objections that you really learn how substantial they are and whether the counter arguments are better. But I haven't written anything down as a critique, so this is all kind of fuzzy in my mind. But as I said, I read Power and Market, which is part of the Rothbard's book, which was written as part of Man, Economy, and State, but was left off because it was considered too controversial, in which he talks about private law enforcement agencies. And I guess I just sort of accepted that that would all work. But as I said, I'm a little more skeptical now. There's a computer game called Civilization. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
And it's gone through several editions and become more sophisticated. So I used to play Civilization 3. I don't know what edition it's on now, but you build your own civilization, meaning you get to choose how much to invest in defense and how much to invest in research and development of technologies and where to put things, which gives you something to do as a game player. But of course, it's what Hayek called a fatal conceit to think that one mind can plan a civilization. Anyway, I tried playing that game in a kind of Rothbardian mode where I didn't defend my cities. I let them defend themselves. And they kept getting invaded and taken over by barbarians who just appear from over the hills. So not the other civilizations that you're competing with, but just the barbarians occupy your cities if you don't defend them.
Roving bandits.
Roving bandits, exactly. They are a problem.
So, when you speak about, not changing your mind, and I look back and I think once I discover the set of sort of classical liberal ideas that I identify with, what has happened is that I haven't changed my mind when it comes to values, but I have changed my mind often when it comes to facts of the world and nuances and so on and so forth. So my values are always, my core values are about freedom and individual agency and autonomy and all of those things and what the relationship between state and society should be like. But as far as the facts of the world are concerned, obviously they're deeply and endlessly complex and you're always learning new things. But I want to ask you about those values because I'm guessing we obviously share that same set of values. But what makes those values valuable? Like there are two ways in which we can talk about freedom, and we can say that, hey, freedom is good because it has good consequences. You want people to be prosperous, especially for someone like me coming from a poor country. I'm like, only one thing can get you out of poverty. So freedom is good for the impact it has on the world. And you can also take a step back and you can say that freedom is good for its own sake. Right? It's a fundamental, it's deontology. It's a fundamental human value, is good for its own sake. And that's all that really matters. The fact that the consequences are great is like a separate issue and we can go into those weeds, but it is just good for its own sake. So what is your sense of that? How do you grapple with those two ways of articulating your values? Like on the one hand, when you have to convince other people, I'm guessing consequentialism helps more there, but...
Well, consequentialism or, tracing out the consequences is the stock and trade of economics as a discipline. It's what economics has to contribute.
Personally, I'm asking.
And personally, so I've written many things trying to explain to people that competition in money does not lead to chaos. The practical consequences are actually quite good. And you can't sort of in your armchair declare that, well, you see a problem and you don't know how people are going to overcome it. Therefore, it's a bad route to go down to let them grapple with it. You just don't have that much imagination as to how people might solve problems. So you have to actually study cases where the state wasn't involved. And see how it works out. When I was on the job market for the first time coming out of graduate school, and I had this dissertation about free banking in Britain, I had an interview in which somebody who was a smart economist said, okay, doesn't your argument imply that we should also allow private competition in minting, in the production of coins? And I said, all I could say was, well, I haven't thought about that. But it was a sort of question that on the back burner for many decades. And a few things had been written giving some examples of private mints that worked out well. But a couple of years ago, I finally published a paper about it after a lot of research through 19th century newspapers describing how things actually worked at a granular level. And it turned out to be a very interesting topic because not only it worked, but it wasn't that there was never a problem. So some of the early private mint masters were just incompetent. They produced coins that were not of full weight because they didn't know what they were doing. And then there were other cases where they seemed to be swindlers. So in California, there's a gold rush and lots of private mints set up. And some of them produce coins that are underweight, figuring that they can make a bigger profit that way. The interesting part of the story is how it didn't last. They couldn't stay in business if that was their strategy because the word got out. People would test. There were other people who were, assayers who would test their coins and say, this coin is not pure enough. It doesn't have as much gold in it as it's supposed to be a $20 coin. Those people went out of business. So I had to dig into these business histories, what happened to these mints. The ones that cheated or were incompetent, none of them lasted more than a few months, and they never got many coins into circulation. The mint masters who were competent and honest stayed in business. And so they dominated, but not immediately. It took a year or two before it became clear that honesty was the best policy. And that was a more interesting story, actually, than either it won't work or it's never been a problem. It's just a myth to think that it was ever a problem. No, there was a problem. But the information necessary to get people to avoid bad coins was not that hard to come by. And so it was not a market where bad quality was a chronic problem. But I discovered, reading what economists had said about why we need government mints. I mean, mostly they just take it for granted, but some have tried to articulate the argument. They all articulated this argument according to which you would make a bigger profit if you cheated your customers. And it's not in the interest of any of your customers to go to the trouble of having the coins tested. So nobody will get them tested so you can stay in business. The economist who was also a utilitarian philosopher who spelled this out in the most sophisticated detail was Sidgwick, who is kind of a precursor of Marshall. Marshall took a lot of his ideas from Sidgwick. But Sidgwick had never looked at a single historical case. This was all from his armchair. Arguing against him was Herbert Spencer, who said, well, it's a private industry. It'll discipline itself. But Spencer didn't look at any historical cases either. So it was all an armchair debate. And the actual history of the enterprises is interesting for resolving this. There were some people who tried to cheat, but they didn't get away with it for very long. And in the long run, the honest mints won out. I forget why I started telling that story, but
we were discussing the values in terms of the consequences and for their own sake.
Yeah. So anyway, because I think partly because I studied philosophy and history and political science, I never thought that economics was the way to approach every question, or that there's no value in jurisprudence or ethics. Those are important disciplines. I actually wrote a couple of papers about the limits of economics as a prescriptive discipline. So a lot of economists think that if you can look at historical institutions and decide whether they're efficient or not, and therefore whether they should be adopted or not. And I argued in one of these papers that efficiency just isn't that powerful an idea. Whether something is efficient, so it can't settle all important cases. And in fact, it can't settle the most important cases, because efficiency means are all potential gains from trade being exploited. But to identify potential gains from trade, you have to first assume who owns what and who is willing to pay how much for what. You can't define what's efficient independent of assuming the assignment of ownership titles. And so you can't say, I argued in this paper, because efficiency is too weak a standard, you can't say that slavery is inefficient, which is not, I emphasize in the paper, not a defense of slavery, but it means that to condemn slavery, you need ethical standards. You can think of slavery as a case of a property rights system where it just happens that some people own others. And if some people own others, then the fact that under slavery, the preferences of the owned people are not taken into account is not a shortcoming from the point of view of that legal system, any more than some people own horses and the preferences of the horses are not taken into account in deciding how the horses will be used. That's just the way it is. If you want to argue against that, you need to say horses should be self-owners, which most people would not say, but most people would say, or they should say, that humans should be self-owners. But you need that kind of ethical standard if you're going to say that the preferences of the enslaved people count. So within a slave system, you can have an efficient allocation of resources, meaning that slaves go to their highest valued uses in that system. And slave owners, of course, did sell slaves, buy slaves, reallocate slaves. Not all slaves work on plantations. Some were leased out as skilled tradesmen. So you read the biography of Frederick Douglass. His master sort of lent him out and just took a share of his earnings. And that's what made it possible for Douglass to have enough autonomy to escape, whereas people enslaved on plantations were not so lucky. But so just efficiency or economic principles can't settle that question. So I've always accepted I don't know about always, but I accept the view that you need some concept of rights to sort these things out. And utilitarianism is not going to give you that. So the course I took from John Rawls was, the part of it I liked was his critique of utilitarianism. I didn't like what he wanted to put in its place, which was, let's imagine that we live behind a veil of ignorance. And because I wrote a paper about this when I was a student. Actually, I wrote it for his course. Mm-hmm. He's assuming that the people behind the veil of ignorance have a certain conception about how the world works, and it's a conception where they don't know public choice theory. Yeah. They think that if they will that the state do a certain thing, it will do that thing without any slips. Whereas in this article on Rawls and redistribution, I quote Leggett, coming back to Leggett, because he wrote as though he had read Rawls 100 years in advance. He said, no people with their eyes open would ever delegate to their government the power of redistributing income, because we see that governments get captured by special interests who redistribute in their own favor. So it's not going to be redistributed to the common people.
And that's a great point that you make about, needing to have a framework that goes beyond just the economic framework alone. Like the horrors of slavery, we can refer to them as horrors because we are looking at it through an ethical framework. Right. And bad economists don't take it into account. Like I remember even when demonetization happened, there were people who were making arguments like we need to wait and see, and there are costs and there are benefits. And to me, that was an abomination because number one, the costs are on one group of people, which is a very large group,
waiting
which is
in line
basically
to change
everybody.
Sums of money.
And the notional benefits which never materialized are somewhere else entirely. And that's just an unethical way to think about that, where, I called it at that time the greatest assault on property rights in human history, where if you just look at the number of people who were assaulted, which is all 1.4 billion, it was sort of absurd. I'm going to ask you now to sort of give me a mini class, if I may, on free banking, because what strikes me is really interesting about it is that it's completely novel. It's just in terms of conception and where you went with it. And you went back into history, into early 18th century Scotland, and you looked at the system there. And with that, you came up with a framework and a theory and subsequent work, which has now influenced, you could say, the next frontier of where money is going, in terms of, I think you're an advisor of Saga Coin or something of that sort, right? And you've written on Bitcoin, and I've been told that once upon a time students used to gift you Bitcoins. I hope you still have them. So
I can tell that story.
Yeah, so I'm fascinated about this entire story about. You've already mentioned how you got into this subject, reading Leggett's articles, which were, not collected in his collected essays, and then you got interested and went into it. But assume that I know nothing or my listeners know nothing at all. Even, what is banking? How is banking organized? What are the traditional ways? Assume that we know absolutely nothing about it, and just give me a sense of the lay of the land and what interested you and the directions that you went into.
So we live in a world in which governments dominate money, and it's sort of natural to take that for granted, that it's hard to imagine how things could be any other way. If the government didn't issue the paper money, who would it come from? It's only after you understand the history and how it worked and how it worked well that you might notice that, actually there still is private paper money in Scotland. The commercial banks issue paper pounds. In Northern Ireland, they do that. In Hong Kong and Macau. There's still some remnants of the 19th century around. And so that's most people implicitly, and even most economists, just operate with this, take it for granted that money won't manage itself. It's one of the things that government has to do for us. And so in a way, what I'm arguing is you can think of the evolution of money as a product of the market, not as part of the legal framework or the set of public utilities within which the market operates. So when I teach monetary theory, I spend a week on the evolution of money out of barter. And in my more recent book, Better Money, the first chapter is arguing against those who have what's called the state theory of money. Sometimes they call themselves chartalists. But the idea is that even in its origin, money couldn't have emerged without wise kings deciding to institute it, against which there is the theory of Karl Menger, who was the founder of the Austrian school, incidentally, but in addition to reformulating price theory, Menger talked about the evolution of institutions, and in particular money, and provided an account of how money emerges as if by an invisible hand. And the story is pretty simple. If you live in an economy where you don't have money, so you have to go to market with what you've produced and try to swap it directly for the things you want to go home and consume, you're going to have trouble in any economy where production is at all specialized. So the example I use in class is if you come to market with asparagus, you're an asparagus farmer, and you want to go home with a plaid shirt, you have to find somebody who not only is selling plaid shirts, but who is willing to be paid in asparagus. And they may not like asparagus, or they may not have a use for more asparagus, as much asparagus as is they would charge for a plaid shirt. So people hit upon indirect exchange. That is, if the shirt seller says, I don't accept asparagus, you ask, well, what would you agree to be paid in? And if he says salt, then if you can trade your asparagus for salt, now you can trade the salt for your shirt. So that's indirect exchange. It takes two steps. But when it's really hard to find a direct match, taking two steps can be the easier way to do it. And when people discover that indirect exchange sometimes works, they begin to look for opportunities to use it. So they become alert toward what other people are accepting. And when they see that other people are using, let's say, salt again, and they say, well, if I have salt, I can trade with all those people. Well, then I will agree to be paid in salt because I know where I can spend it. That reinforces or enlarges the community of people who accept salt by one person. And so the thing grows because there are what we now call network effects. Using a particular commodity as a medium of exchange, that is, acquiring it in order to trade it away later, is more effective the more other people there are who will take it in payment. So that's what's meant by a network good. The more other people are plugged in, the more useful it is for you. So money has that property. And so there's convergence on a commonly accepted medium of exchange. And in different historical settings, depending on what commodities were available, you find different things being used as money. Shells in one place and barley in another place and silver in a third place. Eventually, the world converges on silver. Now, so imagine yourself in a world where silver has become the commonly accepted medium of exchange. There's a problem with silver, which is in its natural state, it's not very uniform. So you might be reluctant to take silver from somebody you don't trust. You don't know how pure it is. You want pieces of silver that are certified, and that's what mints do. So people develop gradually the technology, but this is now a technological development, not a social convention being formed. The technology of producing uniform pieces of silver and marking them so that you know what they're worth, so you know what their weight and purity is, and making them tamper evident. That was an important breakthrough because some of the early proto coins, a lot of it was blank and people would shave away the blank parts. So imagine you live in a economy where silver coins have developed and they're the commonly accepted medium of exchange. They have their limitations. They're actually pretty bulky if you're making a large purchase or if you're making a long distance purchase. And in the actual European Middle Ages, it was a problem that local governments had monopolized the minting business because it was a way to make a profit. And so the coins were variously debased in different places. They weren't, even though they were coined, they weren't of uniform quality. And in that context, a business arose of coin exchange, right? So you got coin dealers who would buy, if you came to a town to trade and you had coins from your home city, they wouldn't be accepted. So you came from Milan to Genoa, they wouldn't accept your coins in Genoa, but you could go to a money changer who would say, I'll buy your out-of-town coins and here's the local coins. In medieval Italy, those people became bankers, and it's kind of a just so story, but merchants or traders would say to the coin changer, well, look, here's the local coin, but I don't want to carry around the coin from my home city with me, so I'll just leave it with you, and I'll come back at the end of the week and collect what you owe me. Well, now you've got a deposit. Now you've got a claim on somebody who has a vault full of coins. And so in medieval Italy, the coin changers became deposit bankers. And so, you know, if you were made the regular practice of going between the two cities, you might leave an account open. You don't have to close it when you leave and go back home. But those were the first banking houses. In London, the first bankers were goldsmiths. That is, people who made things out of gold, but they had vaults. Other people who had gold coins and didn't want to keep them at home would come to the goldsmiths and say, could I, store my coins in your vault? And the goldsmiths would charge them a fee for that. But the coin changers and the goldsmiths noticed that people weren't coming to claim their coins every day. The coins were just sitting there. And so there was another option they could offer their customers, which is, if you let me lend out the coins, as long as I promise to pay you back whenever you want, I'll pay you interest on your account. And so people who didn't just want storage of unique coins because they weren't coin collectors, they were businessmen who wanted access to the payment system, a convenient method of payment, they would agree to this. And so the business of providing a payment service through transferable bank deposits and the business of finding credit-worthy borrowers became combined. There's a kind of synergy between those two businesses. And so bankers not only took deposits, but also made loans. When medieval traders would go from, say, their home city to some big trade fair, instead of carrying along bags of coins in case they found something to buy before they sold anything, their bankers would go along. And the bankers would settle up at the end of the day without anybody having to carry around a lot of silver coins. So it's an example of how it's more economical. But it did two things. It reduced transportation costs, and it reduced the problem of non-uniformity of the actual physical coins. So the bankers actually started keeping account balances not in names of coins, because the content of the ducat kept changing, kept being debased, but in the name of some weight unit or some historic coin that was not debased. And then current coin could be evaluated against that standard by the relative ratio of silver in the new coin to the old coin. And so these units that the bankers used on their books became known as ghost money. But there's nothing spooky about it. It's just a pure silver unit, whereas actual coins in circulation were all debased. So they weren't, these ghost money units represented a mass of silver that was not actually embodied. In that sense, it was a ghost, some previous coin or of some abstract weight unit. So that was the origin of modern banking. I don't know much about the history of banking in India, but I know that they had private silver coins in India about the same time they did in ancient Greece. And the pictures I've seen show that they used somewhat different devices. Instead of making round coins, they made square coins, and they put punch marks on them to certify who had produced it and its purity. But when banking came to India, I don't know.
So from this system where you have banks, where you have coins of different towns, how do we make that journey to fiat money and central banks?
So in a system where banks are issuing deposit balances, they came up, so this, we know that there are transferable deposits as early as 1200 AD. Banknotes come along later, and the first examples of banknotes are actually kind of, there isn't any clear first case, but banks would sometimes issue a receipt for the deposit, and if they allowed the customer to sign the receipt, which is a claim to silver, over to another person, then you have something that's starting to function like a circulating paper currency. A circulating paper currency or a banknote is simply a claim on the banker that has taken, you no longer have to sign it over, because now on the face of it, it doesn't say will pay to John Smith or whoever he signs it over to. It just says we'll pay to the bearer. Whoever brings it in, we will pay. And they began issuing them in round denominations instead of customized like checks. So that was a system. And when the banks are competing in the issue of not just deposits, but also banknotes, that's what we call historically a free banking system. And my first book, Free Banking in Britain, talks about how the Scottish free banking system worked, what the bank balance sheets looked like, how people made payments. And most importantly, I guess, what limited the banks from just issuing too many claims to silver, more than they could fulfill? And the answer is they were bound by the contractual nature of the banknote to actually pay. And if they didn't pay, there were legal penalties. And in Scotland, they were pretty swift about enforcing the rules. So bankers were aware that they couldn't issue more claims against themselves than their clients were prepared to hold on to. And so they had to, keep track of how much silver is actually leaving the vault and how much is coming in, and how much do we have to pay to other banks when other banks collect our notes and come and ask for redemption. The banks formed, just in their own convenience, regular clearing operations where instead of waiting for somebody from another bank to come and dump a bunch of notes on their counter and ask for redemption, they would meet the representatives of all the banks in one place, and they would all exchange claims on each other. That's clearing. And then whichever bank had a deficit to the other banks would pay up. So that's called settlement. So you had sophisticated clearing and settlement systems before you had central banks, just run by clearinghouse associations, which were member organizations of the banks that were involved. So central banks can be thought of as nationalizing the clearinghouse system and monopolizing the issue of banknotes. And it happens in different ways and at different times in different countries. But in the sort of premier central bank of the world was the Bank of England, which was chartered in 1694. And the main motivation for creating it was for the government to have a bank that it could borrow money from, because it had defaulted on previous generations of bankers and people were reluctant to lend it money. So government bonds were not risk-free when they had to be paid back in gold or silver, which was something the government could not just conjure up. So they create the Bank of England as a kind of association of investors in government debt, because early on, the Bank of England's assets were mostly bonds issued by the government. But being united as a company gave them sort of more legal status to make sure the repayment wasn't enforced. And the Bank of England also did commercial banking. So, and eventually that became the more important part of their business. The Bank of England secured a monopoly, not because they wanted to be a central bank, but because they wanted monopoly profits on the issue of banknotes in the vicinity of London. And that became kind of the pretext for getting more privileges. So there were banks outside of London in other places in England, but they were weak because the Bank of England's monopoly was secured by a very peculiar rule, which said no other bank is allowed to have, that issues notes, is allowed to have more than 6 partners. It's known as the 6-partner rule. Which meant the other banks were all in places like Birmingham and Manchester were undercapitalized and poorly diversified because they didn't have the capital to set up branches. The Bank of England didn't care about setting up branches outside the city, so they kind of left the field to these other banks. But because the other banks were undercapitalized, and that was because of this legal restriction, they weren't very safe. And there were occasions where droves of small banks would fail. And the Bank of England used that as a reason to give them even more power, even a greater monopoly. And the famous Bank Charter Act of 1844 is the one that really cements the Bank of England's status by saying that no other bank is allowed to issue any more notes than they're currently issuing. But if they want to, they can sell their right of note issue to the Bank of England. Or if they fail, it's absorbed by the Bank of England. Or if they merge, the lesser of the two note issues of the two banks that are merging. That goes to the Bank of England. So over time, the Bank of England's share of the circulation rose. The other banks disappeared or gave up or lost their right of note issue. And the Bank of England became the only note issuing bank. And nowadays, I wouldn't say note issue is all that important compared to monetary policy, but it was the path by which they acquired the power to conduct monetary policy. Other banks in England began to hold Bank of England notes as a reserve because if their customers were going to go to London, that's what they wanted to carry with them. They didn't want local bank notes. They wouldn't be accepted in London. Even today, Scottish bank notes are not accepted in London. And so the other banks in the system outside of London stopped holding gold reserves, and a law was passed in 1833 which said, that's fine. Bank of England notes are legal tender for the purpose of repaying other banks' notes. They're legal tender everywhere except at the counter of the Bank of England. You still had the right to go to the Bank of England's counter and demand redemption in coin. And that continued to be true up until the First World War, with the exception of the suspension period during the Napoleonic Wars. So the Bank of England got bigger and bigger, got a bigger and bigger share of the note issue, and was seen rightly as the kind of fulcrum of the entire financial system. And people like Walter Bagehot, who said, you know, if I had my druthers, a free banking system would be better. It would be more competitive and more stable. Look at Scotland. But given that we've given, the Bank of England has gotten all these privileges, it has some responsibility to help out the other banks, the non-issuing banks in London, if they get in trouble, if they have problems of bank runs, because they don't have any gold anymore. They have to go to the Bank of England if they want to pay people gold. And so the Bank of England should give up their gold to stop what was called the internal drain of gold in the system. And so Bagehot, ironically, today is regarded as kind of the godfather of the lender of last resort policy. And therefore, people think he's an advocate of central banking. But in his famous book, Lombard Street, he actually says, no, the better system would be each bank holds its own reserves. But we've gone down this other path where there's only one bank that people ultimately trust and that has all the gold. And so it should, you know, behave responsibly, should give us something back in exchange for those privileges. And there's, going back to the question of can we reform the system, there's this fascinating passage in Bagehot where he says, I've talked about how the Scottish system works quite well without a central bank, without a lender of last resort. And so you might ask me, am I proposing to introduce Scottish banking principles into London? And he says, oh, of course not. I'd be laughed at. I might as well propose that we abolish the monarchy. So we have to, you know, do the best we can given. But he was very pessimistic about taking away the monopoly privileges of the Bank of England. This is in the late 19th century. And I guess he's been vindicated in the sense that they never did take away the privileges. I talk in my first book about there was a threat. There was a Chancellor of the Exchequer named Lord Liverpool who sent a memo, quite exciting to discover in the archives, to the Bank of England saying, like 1821, I think it was, look, we've all read Adam Smith. We know monopolies are bad. Why are we giving you a monopoly? Don't expect us to renew it the next time it comes up for renewal, because they had a series of 20-year charters that had to be renewed. But when the Bank of England got this memo, they started gathering support in Parliament, and they ensured that their monopoly privilege wasn't taken away. But they were willing. I mean, and it's they're quite explicit. They said, look, the chairman of the Bank of England goes to a Parliament and testifies to a committee. Look, you can tell us how we should manage our portfolio. We'll do whatever you say. Just don't take away our monopoly. But our current practice is we try to keep 1/3 reserves in normal times and then reduce our circulation when we see gold flowing out. So we practice tight money when we see gold flowing out, and we only expand by the amount of gold that's flowing in. But if you want some other rule, tell us and we'll do that. Just don't take away our monopoly. And basically that's what they got. And it used to be thought that the Peel's Act of 1844, which I said a minute ago, sort of cemented their status. It used to be thought that this was sort of fastened on a reluctant Bank of England because it did restrict their expansion by saying beyond 14 million pounds, any additional pound you issue has to be backed by a pound's worth of gold. Turns out the Bank of England wrote the act because they saw it as a way to protect their monopoly by saying, look, you can't criticize our monetary policy now because we're doing what the legislation says we should do. Anyway, that's how England gets a central bank. For a while, the Bank of England, after 1844, refused any responsibility toward the system as a whole, but Bagehot tried to talk them into it, and the Baring crisis in 1890 seemed to persuade them to play a more active role. And it got to the point where, even though it was a privately owned bank, it was basically a government bureau. It wasn't officially nationalized until World War II.
Wow.
It wasn't until Clement Attlee came into office that they nationalized that the state became the owner of the Bank of England's shares. But it had been doing whatever the Chancellor of the Exchequer wanted before that. Other countries, the path to a central bank was a little more direct. So Napoleon creates the Bank of France and tells them they should paint on the wall, it is the duty of the Bank of France to lend to the government at 2%. So it was pretty directly he wanted a source of funding, which is what the Bank of England wanted too, but they hadn't thought about having a monopoly of note issue or any of that other stuff, having responsibility for the clearing system or the other banks. The Bank of Italy, it's another fiscal story. In the United States, it's a little complicated in that there was no central bank in 1913, even though most of Europe had central banks now. The U.S. didn't have a central bank. Canada didn't. Australia didn't. Switzerland didn't get one until 1907. Anyway, the U.S. was operating with a system of decentralized note issue, although the banks that were allowed to issue notes were being regulated by the federal government pretty strictly. So it wasn't a free banking system. And banks were not allowed to branch across state lines, which was an incredible restriction given the size of the United States, that we didn't have any nationwide banks. And I'm old enough to remember when I lived in New York and went to California for the summer, it's a completely different set of banks. So I couldn't write a check in California, even on Citibank, wasn't accepted by any of the California banks. My options were either take a pile of cash or take traveler's checks. People actually use traveler's checks to go from one side of the U.S. to the other. For those of you who don't remember traveler's checks.
I remember traveler's checks, but many of my listeners may not.
Yeah, they were currency-like claims on banks that are kind of like certified checks are today, but they were not made out in some customized amount. They were made out in round numbers. So you got a book of traveler's checks that were in 50s, 20s, 10s, and so on. And they would be widely accepted because the company that issued them, American Express being the most famous, they had offices everywhere. They were allowed to have offices everywhere because they weren't a bank. That's how weird the system was. Yeah, so people used them. I used them for interstate commerce. But getting back to the U.S. case, there is a problem with this national banking system, which is the restrictions on note issue and the restrictions on branching mean that if, say, farmers want to pay their farmhands and they go to the local banks and say, give us some currency that we can pay the farmhands with because the farmhands don't have bank accounts. We want to pay them with banknotes. The bank would say, I'm up to my limit. I'm not allowed to issue any more notes. And the farmer would say, well, give me something else then. Give me silver coins if you have to, or give me treasury notes, because the U.S. Treasury had issued gold-backed and silver-backed certificates that served as currency. And the banker says, but if you take those, you're draining me of reserves, because those are my reserves. They're not liabilities the way banknotes are. And the banker would say, well, the farmer would say, that's your problem. So there were a series of money panics that originated during crop moving season in the fall, originated in the countryside, but the country banks, when the farmers started pulling out their reserves, would pull the bank's reserves out of the big city banks, and the big city banks, say Chicago, St. Louis, would start pulling money out of New York, and now New York had a problem. And the problem could have been solved easily if they had just let the local banks issue more notes. And we know that because if you look in Canada, north of the border, very similar agricultural economy, a lot of wheat farms. But in Canada, there was no such restriction on note issue. The banks could switch between deposit liabilities and note liabilities without losing any reserves. And they would do that. And you would see a seasonal movement in the amount of notes in circulation matched by deposits declining. And then it would go back again as the farmhands spent their incomes and it filtered back into the banking system. So Canada had this fluctuation in the volume of notes and no crisis because that doesn't cause any problems. Whereas the U.S. had fluctuation in interest rates. In the fall, money got tight. And in the worst cases, the New York banks were running out of reserves because people were scrambling to get currency and the system wasn't allowed to issue anymore. So the worst of these panics was the Panic of 1907. And that convinced the New York bankers finally that they should support a federal banking institution that would solve this problem. They hoped, of course, to have a lot of influence over this institution. So they were in favor of something like a central bank that they would have control over. And they didn't exactly get what they wanted. I mean, so this is a popular conspiracy theory that the way we got the Federal Reserve Act was the New York bankers met on Jekyll Island and drew up the plans for it. And that's true. They did meet on Jekyll Island and draw up plans. However, those weren't exactly the plans that were enacted because there were other interests who didn't want a bank controlled by the New York bankers, who could see what they were up to. There were the farmers who were still represented by William Jennings Bryan, the anti-gold standard guy who ran for president 3 times, lost every time, but still had, a following. And there was a third interest, which were the progressives, led by Woodrow Wilson, who was the president, who wanted an institution that the federal government would control. And so the Federal Reserve Act created a central bank was in large part driven by people who wanted a European-style central bank, but in some part by the populists and in some part by the progressives who had different interests. And in the long run, you have to say the progressives got what they wanted because although the New York Fed is still important and they have a permanent seat on the Monetary Policy Committee and they called the shots during the financial crisis of 2007 to 2010, still it's now a federal agency and it's run by political appointees. In the very early days, right, the claim by some supporters of the Federal Reserve Act was it's not creating a central bank, it's creating a reserve system that's decentralized, and each of the 12 regional reserve banks will have a great deal of autonomy. And for a while they did. It was the Banking Act of 1935 under Roosevelt that really consolidated the power of the Board of Governors and turned the reserve banks into just branches of the Board of Governors. So it is now a full-blown central bank, and it does all the things that central banks do, including being the sole issuer of currency, which it wasn't at the beginning. At the beginning, it was just one issuer within many commercial banks issuing currency. And it runs a monetary policy, which initially it was not charged to do. It was initially the gold standard was supposed to govern the quantity of money in the system. So that's how we got a central bank. But if we had stayed on the gold standard, we wouldn't have needed one. And Canada didn't get a central bank until much later, 1935, because they got through the Great Depression without any bank failures, which is pretty remarkable. They didn't have the restrictions on note issue, and the banks were branched nationwide, so they were much better diversified. Whereas in the U.S., the unit banks, the small banks, the banks in the Farm Belt were failing in droves. So a lot of the concern about money not regulating itself stemming from the view that banking is inherently unstable is not based on observing free banking or free market banking or unregulated banking. It's based on observing systems that were regulated in ways that perversely made them weak. So the U.S. banking system was weak compared to the Canadian system. The English system with the six-partner rule was weak compared to the Scottish system, which had no such rule. And so people take it for granted that, banks are weak without support from the center. They think that's the lesson of history. Even Milton Friedman believed that early in his career. If you read his framework for monetary stability and the passages about banking in Capitalism and Freedom, it's quite interesting. He says, look, I'm a classical liberal, and so I don't think the government should, by default, regulate everything. So why do I think they should regulate money and banking? Well, we've learned from American history that free banking means wildcat banking. It's just too easy to commit fraud when you're issuing banknotes. People don't know better. They accept them, and then you abscond with the loot after you've, gotten real goods and services in exchange for your money. Later in his career, when he read accounts of how free banking actually worked in the U.S. and Scotland and elsewhere, where fraud was not a common problem, and the problems that the system in the U.S. had were due to perverse legal restrictions, he changed his mind. So there's an example of somebody who was open-minded enough to say, yeah, what I thought was true based on my limited reading in 1963, I now acknowledge is not true. So Friedman and Schwartz in 1986 wrote a paper entitled, Does Government Have Any Role in Money? Which is kind of ambiguous as to the positive normative distinction. But he sort of reeled back what he had said about the inherent instability of banking.
It's been so normalized right now, the state monopoly on money, that for most people it would, seem utterly daft that, that there is no state monopoly on money. You would think exactly in intuitive terms of way Friedman first expressed it, that, it'll be a wild west out there. There'll be frauds. Who's going to protect the poor grandmother who's put her savings in some random bank issuing its own currency, etc., etc. But what your work showed through Scotland, and you earlier pointed out that there was free banking elsewhere, I think Canada for a while, New England, that's not really the case. So how did free banking actually work in those places? Like, what do the critics of free banking say will go wrong? And did they go wrong? What happened? What were the mechanisms?
So it's pretty widely understood by economists that from the textbook accounts of how a banking system works, that when a bank creates more deposits, right? So when a bank makes a loan, they typically give the borrower a bank account balance. So here's a checking account, and now go spend it on whatever it is you want to buy with the money we loaned you. So they understand that those checks will clear against the bank. And so the bank has to have enough reserves to settle the adverse clearings that come in. And so there's a limit to how many deposits a bank can create given the amount of reserves it starts with. But they haven't extended that to banknotes because they seem to think that banknotes stay in circulation forever. Whereas in fact, and Scottish bankers testified to this in Parliament in the 1830s, banknotes stayed in circulation only a week or two because they would come into the hands of somebody, some business, who at the end of the day would take all their receipts and deposit them in the bank. And now whatever bank they use has a claim on the bank that issued the note. So they return that to the clearinghouse. And when you have all the banks members of the clearinghouse, directly or indirectly, a bank that's too small may hire one of the banks that's a clearing bank to do the clearing for it. Anyway, when the banks are participating in the clearing system, then they see pretty quickly that if they issued either notes or deposits that exceeded the amount their customers wanted to hold at the end of the week, they would come back for redemption. And so the obligation to redeem in gold or silver limits the amount a bank can issue of banknotes, just as it limits the amount of checkable deposits a bank can issue in our current system. And so, as I mentioned, the Scottish bankers testified that if we issue too many notes, they come back within a week or two, and we have to redeem them. And we know that we can't just reissue them because then we'll keep losing reserves. So there's a discipline and there's a feedback mechanism. And the bank, by looking at what's happening to its gold reserves, are they flowing in? Are they flowing out? There's some random fluctuation in them, but if they're chronically flowing out, then the bank has to tighten up. It can't let that go on forever without its reserves falling to too low, a point where there's too big a risk of running out of reserves. So that's the mechanism that keeps any one bank in line with the demand of its customers, given the surrounding banks and people using other banks as well. A claim that's sometimes made by critics of free banking, for example, in a paper by Anna Schwartz and Michael Bordeaux, although I think Schwartz later recanted, says, okay, that's fine. The clearing system disciplines any one bank from expanding disproportionate to the other banks. But if all the banks in the system expand together, then there isn't any systematic loss of reserves to other banks. And so they can all expand together, and they will only be disciplined much more slowly by the loss of gold to the rest of the world. And then if all the banks in the world expanded together, there would be nothing to discipline. So that's been a common or a counter argument, even among economists who have acknowledged that any one bank is disciplined. And so the answer to that is that the loss of reserves to the rest of the world will affect the individual bank that overexpands more than it will affect other banks that haven't overexpanded, because there will still be the adverse clearings against other banks within the country, so that the disciplinary mechanism still works. It's not that the whole system is free to expand. And then there's a second answer, which is that this scenario of all the banks either implicitly or explicitly agreeing to expand in unison is not what banks would want to do if they could agree. Any industry, if they can agree to act as a cartel, wants to get higher profits. And the way to get higher profits is to act like a joint monopolist, which means restrict output in order to get a higher price for output, move up the demand curve. So if all the banks could conspire, they wouldn't say, let's all expand and make more loans. They would say, let's all agree to charge more for loans and pay less on deposits. That's going to mean we make fewer loans and we gather fewer deposits. But that's okay because we got such a much bigger spread between the loan rate and the deposit rate that we're going to make more profits. So that's what they would do if they were acting as a cartel. Rothbard has made this argument that although Mises favored free banking, Mises underestimated the capacity of the banking system to conspire together and expand in unison, which they're always trying to do. And Rothbard seems to think that if the banking system makes more loans, then the banking system makes more profits. But in fact, they want the bigger spread, so they actually want to make fewer loans at higher interest rates and gather fewer deposits by paying lower interest rates. That's where they would conspire and make bigger joint profits. They wouldn't all agree to expand together just so they wouldn't have adverse clearings. So that's been a common criticism. What are other criticisms? Well, the view that there's a problem for the public to know the quality of whether they can trust a particular kind of banknotes. And so it's very similar to the argument by Sidgwick and others that people can't trust private coins because they don't know what quality they are. They have no expertise. Fortunately, you don't need to be an expert on coins to recognize one brand from another and to know which coins your bank will accept at face value, or to read in the newspaper which coins are being discounted or refused. And likewise, you can read in the newspaper which banknotes are accepted at face value and which ones are being discounted or refused. And so it's not that high an informational burden. And just as the mints that cheated got weeded out, banks that don't hold enough reserves, as long as the law that is enforced, right, that they've contractually agreed to pay on demand, and if they don't, there needs to be some penalty, the last resort being to shut down the bank and liquidate it. But note holders are entitled to what in Scotland they call diligence, the bank paying them on demand. Otherwise, the bank is in violation of its contracts. So because we don't today worry about scrutinizing different types of currency, people think it can't be done. But, businesses have to scrutinize, or they did when checks were more popular. They had to scrutinize many kinds of checks. And the rule usually was, if my bank will take this check from me, I'll take it from you. And so it's not that hard to deal with multiple brands of a standardized product, because when all the banknotes are accepted at face value, it's pretty much a standardized product. There aren't sort of many multiple features on which banknotes differ. So I have taught some courses in Northern Ireland. I used to go to Queen's University, Belfast for a week and teach a course in monetary money and banking to masters in finance students. And so I got some firsthand experience in a system where there were 4 brands of banknotes, 4 local brands, plus the Bank of England notes. And all the shops and restaurants treat them as interchangeable because they are interchangeable. You can deposit any of them in your own bank and get full credit for it. And that actually made me rethink exactly what it is that disciplines a bank from overissuing, because a simple way to explain it is to say, let's suppose people have definite brand preferences, and when they get the notes of a different bank, they immediately redeem them. Well, and that will give you a mechanism, but that's not the way people behave. They're pretty indifferent to which kinds of notes are mixed in their wallet. So it has to be more subtle than that. And the theory that Selgin and I developed was that businesses will deposit their excess currency at the end of the day into their own bank, and their own bank won't reissue notes of other banks. It will send them for redemption at the clearinghouse. but it will only issue its own notes. So the banks that people put their currency into, that make deposits into, act as a kind of filtering mechanism. And so it's still true that a bank that issues more currency than people want will be disproportionately called upon for redemption because the other banks will be collecting more claims on it than that bank will be collecting on the other banks in the system. So there is still a disciplinary mechanism, even if people don't have specific preferences among brands of banknotes. Nearly everybody does have preferences among where they keep their bank deposit, right? You don't have an account in every bank, and so you just stop at whatever the nearest bank is to make a deposit. That has the implication that the shares of the circulation of banknotes should match the shares of the deposit business, and they do. So that result is borne out. I just had a student visit me the other day who's a grad student at Stanford who's working on a paper on the clearing mechanism as a disciplinary device in the Australian banking industry in the 1840s.
Wow.
Because he's got a data set that hadn't been seen before, where he's got bank balance sheets. And he says the theory still works. I mean, the data match the theory that the clearing mechanism, the clearing system is disciplining the banks from overissuing, and banks that lose reserves have to reduce their loan volume.
There's a lovely quote that you've used in one of your talks where you quoted Dave Barry as saying, over the years, all the governments in the world, having discovered that gold is rare, decided that it would be more convenient to back their money with something that is easier to come by, namely nothing. Stop quote. And what happens in this world, and it's not just with regard to money, but with regard to everything, is...
I should mention that that's a much better historical account than most money and banking textbooks give, because they often go into a song and dance about why it's efficient to banish gold from your system because you no longer have to spend the resources to dig it out of the ground, as though that had something to do with why we actually left the gold standard, that governments were trying to maximize the efficiency of the monetary system. But of course, it had nothing to do with why they went off the gold standard.
Tell me a bit about all the shit that we've normalized. Like, what happens is that when something goes wrong in the world, too often if it keeps going wrong repeatedly, we normalize it. It's a state of the world. We don't even think about it. It's like, David Foster Wallace's story about, one fish asks another fish, how's the water today? And this fish says, what's water? Right? It's all around you. It's normalized. You don't even think about it. Similarly, we've normalized the monetary system the way it is, a government having a monopoly on money. We've normalized inflation. Even in poor countries like mine, it doesn't outrage us anymore, even though inflation is fundamentally a tax on the poor. So tell me about all the things that you'd like denormalized with regard to where the system of money works. In other words, what are the consequences of a government monopoly on money?
So in the broad sweep of banking history, it used to be that the countries with weak banks were the countries where government restricted the banks in perverse ways. So restricted branch banking, restricted capitalization. That's not the problem anymore. The problem now is that in countries with weak banks, it's because the government has given them so many privileges. Namely, it's told them, if you get into trouble, we'll make the trouble go away. So we now sort of coddle the banks. And the original mission of the Federal Reserve System was to remedy panics. So you can't say it's the Fed going beyond its original mission, but they have gone beyond the means and the methods that were legally authorized for them to use. So in the original Federal Reserve Act, the Federal Reserve banks were allowed to make loans and discount, meaning buy bonds, commercial paper, from the banks that were holding them as assets. And so there was a difference between so-called eligible securities, eligible for discount, meaning the Fed would either buy them or lend to the bank using those as collateral. And so there was still some discipline. There's a moral hazard problem created by the assurance that a bank can get bailed out or get cheaper loans than the market would give it if it gets into trouble. So that's already a moral hazard problem. But if the lender of last resort says, well, you've got to be solvent before we'll help you. If you're insolvent, we'll just let you go. And you've got to have good collateral. Otherwise, we won't lend to you. That's all gone by the boards. That was what Bagehot recommended as a way to avoid moral hazard on the part of the banks. Right? That is, taking more risks, knowing that somebody else will bail you out. That's all. Over the years, that's gone by the boards. And the Federal Reserve has a section called Section 13.3, which authorizes the Fed to lend to not only to banks, but even to non-banks under exigent circumstances. But they've gone beyond even that by lending to non-banks, not lending to them, by buying bad assets and injecting capital into bad banks, which is not consistent with the letter of the law. But nobody who has standing, namely other banks, wants to sue the Fed to stop this because they may be the beneficiary someday. So I would like to do away with too big to fail. That's kind of the first priority, and have a robust banking system where banks can be allowed to fail, in which case the job of the central bank is not to rescue insolvent institutions ever. It's to provide enough liquidity to the market that solvent institutions can borrow the liquidity they need. But even that is something that can be turned back to the market, because if a bank is solvent, then somebody will be willing to lend to it. I mean, if it's worth lending to, there's a profit to be made from lending to it. It does mean that the borrower is going to have to divulge as much information as necessary to persuade the lender that they are in a position to pay them back. And there is a sort of timeliness problem. And that's a reason that the private clearinghouse associations got into making last resort loans or arranging last resort loans, because they had the timely information about which banks were solvent. So that might be a way to handle it. That might be the best way to handle it. I'm not sure. But the moral hazard goes very deeply into our banking system. And in a system where banks are adequately capitalized, you don't need deposit insurance. And deposit insurance has made banks less well capitalized, because now you don't need to persuade your customers that you're solid. You just need to have the sticker in the window that says, if we don't pay you, the FDIC will pay you. And that means that the public is no longer shopping around for a safe bank. Well, there's a qualification to that, namely, uninsured depositors do shop around for a safe bank. Who are the uninsured depositors? In the U.S., it's people who have more than $250,000 in a single account. And some corporate treasurers have that much in a single account in order to pay their payroll. And so they do shop around for a safe bank, and that provides some discipline. But after the last round of bank failures, meaning now Silicon Valley Bank and Republic Bank, there have been people calling for, because it was the uninsured depositors who ran on Silicon Valley Bank for rational reasons, there have been some people calling for, well, let's just make deposit insurance unlimited. They seem to not realize that the only thing disciplining banks now are the uninsured depositors, because the regulators are at a disadvantage when banks have an incentive to hide the risks they are taking. The regulators are always a step behind what the banks are up to. So, for example, Silicon Valley Bank failed because it invested in a portfolio of 20 and 30-year treasury bonds. So they had no default risk, and the regulators, at least some regulators, seemed to think that made them safe. But they were 20 and 30-year bonds, which meant that when interest rates went up last year, 2 years ago, as the Fed began raising rates, the market value of those bonds fell. And on a mark-to-market basis, those Silicon Valley Bank was insolvent before the run took place. The run was a response to the word getting out that they were insolvent, and so they wouldn't have enough to pay everybody. And the uninsured depositors were uninsured. They couldn't count on somebody else paying, so they decided to pull their money out. So it was people who want to do away with the discipline provided by uninsured deposits, I don't think have thought it through what the consequences are going to be, because that means that you're putting all your eggs in the basket of the regulators, keeping on top of what risks the banks are taking. And it's difficult for them to do that because, when they close down one avenue for taking risks, the banks are going to find another one. They are incentivized to take risks because of the safety net, because especially banks that are considered too big to fail. And there's a game played between the regulated institutions and the regulators, where the regulators try to shut down one avenue for taking risks. The banks find a new one. The regulators try to shut that down. So the history of the Basel capital requirements is we're trying to find a way to limit moral hazard. And so all the banks have to have a certain minimum capital so the shareholders have something to lose. And so they'll restrain the bank from taking risks. But they assigned risk weights, which were off. For example, 0 risk weight on sovereign debt, as though it had no default risk. So banks piled into that, and guess what? It's not risk-free. So French and German banks got into trouble when Greece defaulted. So they try to come up with a more sophisticated way of evaluating the risks that banks are taking, but they're always one step behind what the banks with their financial engineers are doing. But we've perversely given the banking system incentives to take on risks by saying that, you're too big to fail. So right now, the banks that are considered too big to fail, or the official term is GSIBs, globally systemically important banks, they're supposed to hold more capital, but they've got every incentive to practice a kind of bookkeeping where the capital is exaggerated. So that's where we need to start returning the banking system to a healthy condition, or a robust system, or to use Nicholas Taleb's term, an anti-fragile banking system. When you regulate all the banks and tell them, here's what you must do, you get a monoculture. You get banks that all have the same exposure. And so we got a lot of banks heavily exposed to real estate in 2007, and it all exploded. What you want is a diverse ecosystem of banks that don't all do the same thing. Some are big and some are small. Some are invested in real estate and others are not. And the whole system doesn't get into trouble at once.
Whenever someone argues with me about markets and capitalism, it's fashionable in certain circles to bring up the 2008 financial crisis and say, oh, capitalist greed did that, our bankers did that, and that surely shows that markets don't work. And I always point them to this great essay you wrote in December 2008 for Cato Unbound called What Really Happened, which was an eye-opener for me. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about that across 2 dimensions. And one dimension is what really happened, the stuff you've spoken about in your essay, that why blaming markets is incredibly stupid, because every element of that really came from some aspect of state action or the other, whether it is, the easy money that came from low interest rates, whether it is a Community Reinvestment Act and the amendments to that, which, changed the incentives for banks and often coerce them into particular directions almost, So that's the first dimension about what really caused 2008. And I'd also be curious on knowing how you would have sorted that problem out. How would you have liked the government to sort that problem out? Because my instinct always is that I recoil at the term too big to fail. Creative destruction is at the heart of capitalism. No one should be too big to fail.
Right.
And the moral hazard is incredible. And yet people talk about systemic risk and etc., etc. And we had to do what we had to do. And, the people in the Fed and the New York Fed who kind of stepped in are considered heroes, Bernanke and Geithner and so on. So that's the second dimension. What would you have done? But the first dimension that, take me down to the root causes of what really went wrong with the system there.
Okay. And I should say the too big to fail problem has gotten worse in the sense that the size of Silicon Valley Bank was pretty small compared to other banks that were rescued in the financial crisis, but it was thought that they were too well connected or something, that it would lead to runs on other banks if they were allowed to, if depositors were allowed to take losses even on their uninsured deposits. Yeah, so I recommend to people as a summary of the 2008 crisis, Russ Roberts' monograph, Gambling with Other People's Money. I think he does a good job of laying out the incentives of the managers of financial institutions that were created by the regulations they were operating under. So what happened is, right, that we had a financial crisis that started with real estate. There was a problem in hedge funds and investment banks that were too heavily exposed to mortgage-backed securities. And so you have to ask yourself, well, they don't want to fail, so why would they do that? Why would they get so heavily invested in that industry? It was a combination of regulation and bad regulation and bad monetary policy. So, as you mentioned, financial institutions, not just banks, but also investment banks, and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were incentivized to expand home ownership. This has, for some reason, been a goal of both parties in the United States. And Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were given mandates. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are the mortgage intermediaries, where they buy mortgages that banks or other mortgage originators write, as long as they sort of meet their template for what a mortgage should look like. So certain loan-to-value ratio, monthly payments not in excess of a certain percentage of the borrower's income, and so on. They buy mortgages that meet these criteria and then bundle them together as securities, mortgage-backed securities, which means if you buy one of their bonds, you're buying the right to the mortgage payments that the homeowners are paying. And they were given mandates by Congress to make sure a certain percentage of the mortgages they bought went to low-income borrowers. And that percentage was actually growing. So they were increasingly incentivized to make loans that were to people who were closer to the margin of being able to repay their loan comfortably. So less credit-worthy borrowers were getting mortgages that they didn't used to get. And this was fed by Federal Reserve policy, which, coming out of the recession of 2001, so-called dot-com bubble, Alan Greenspan decided, well, with Ben Bernanke whispering in his ear as a member of the Federal Reserve Board, to keep interest rates low for an extended period. So usually interest rates would come right back up as the economy recovered. But they kept interest rates at the unprecedentedly low rate of 1% from about 2002 to late 2004. They started rising slowly, but they didn't really start moving interest rates back to a normal level until 2006. And that sort of triggered the cascade that brought down the housing industry. But because of low interest rates, mortgages were cheap, And so people could buy more house than they could have afforded at high interest rates. And that bids up house prices. People of a certain income could now bid for a more expensive house. Mortgage originators who could sell the mortgage to somebody else weren't as diligent about making sure it was a quality mortgage. There was supposed to be somebody making sure it was a quality mortgage before Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac bought it, but they ended up buying bad mortgages. And they issued mortgage-backed securities. There were also private label mortgage-backed securities, but today there are no private mortgage-backed securities, almost none, because it turns out to be a dangerous business. So the first sign of trouble comes when the Fed starts to raise interest rates, and now house prices are not rising at the same rate. And people who were borrowing money to buy second and third houses, or houses to flip, or fixer-uppers to flip, no longer are making money. They start defaulting on their mortgage loans. The mortgage-backed securities had this system of tranching where there were supposed to be A-rated mortgage-backed securities that had the first claim on the mortgage payments. And so it was thought that they would never default because the first people to lose money would be the tranche C, which the originators held on to. But the defaults eventually reached the B tranche and the A tranche. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac lost money, and they were so thinly capitalized that they went bankrupt. And maybe I should say what their business was. Their business was buying mortgages and issuing mortgage-backed securities, or selling mortgage-backed securities with guarantees that they would pay if the mortgages didn't pay. So they were on the hook for mortgages even that they didn't own outright. They were private institutions. In a sense, they were called government-sponsored enterprises because the government had sort of given them the go-ahead to operate in a way that banks were not allowed to operate and investment banks were not allowed to operate. This sort of one line of product originating and selling, because it was thought that this was encouraging home ownership. Having them private made it possible for them to make campaign contributions that they could not have made if they were publicly owned entities. So everybody liked this arrangement, and they were one of the biggest donors on Capitol Hill. But when their mortgages started to go bad, then house price, partly as a symptom and partly it contributed to the slowdown and then reversal in house prices, banks that were heavily exposed to real estate got into trouble. In a healthy banking system where you have, better diversification, this wouldn't have been such a large crisis. But partly because of these regulatory mandates to make questionable mortgages. You mentioned the the Community Reinvestment Act, which worked in the same direction. There's some question about how empirically important that was. I think the loan mandates to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were probably more important. So a combination of these encouragements to expand the pool of mortgages beyond the limits of the creditworthy and the low interest rates that led to rising house prices because, house prices are especially sensitive to interest rates. And the implicit guarantees, or the too big to fail guarantees, that made Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac think that they were protected. Fortunately, they weren't. Fortunately, they were allowed to go bankrupt. However, they didn't shut down. They went into receivership, and the U.S. Treasury took ownership and still owns them. Through 4 years of the Trump administration, although they tried, and one of my former colleagues at Cato, well, I didn't work there, but he did, Mark Calabria, was appointed to resolve the problem. The politics of it was such that they weren't able to resolve the problem. They're still under federal receivership. So they haven't been reprivatized. They haven't been sold back to the market. Anyway, the regulations created moral hazard. The cheap money provided the means to take a lot of gambles on real estate. And in response, the banks that were the most imprudent, as long as they were too big to fail, they got all kinds of new lending programs directed their way by the Federal Reserve. So Ben Bernanke supported the, Troubled Asset Relief Program. He and Hank Paulson went to this special meeting of administration and congressional officials and told them, if you don't pass TARP, then we may not have a banking system in the morning, or some words to that effect.
Was that true?
I think it's a big exaggeration. Because if you recall, there are enough people in Congress who were skeptical that they didn't pass it the first time it was called for, and everything didn't fall apart. But they eventually passed it. And the first idea, it was called Troubled Asset Relief Program because the idea was to buy bad assets, troubled assets. But they couldn't figure out a mechanism that wasn't corrupt, where you overpay for assets. So they wanted to have some kind of auction mechanism where the banks would sell off their bad assets. But if you sell them at a price that reveals that they're underwater, then the bank has to record a loss on its balance sheet. Then you have to take account of that. Whereas if they keep hold of the bad assets, you can continue to account for them at their historical price, not at what they're currently worth. So they gave up on buying the troubled assets, and it turned into a capital injection program. So instead, the Fed bought shares, non-voting shares, and the first round, it was in like 12 big banks. John Allison, who was the CEO of one of those banks, BB&T, didn't want to take the money. So he tells this story in his book. But they told him, you don't have a choice. If you don't take the money, it'll make the other banks look bad. Like we're singling them out. So everybody has to take the money. He says, we don't need the money. He says, you don't understand. You have to take the money. If you announce publicly you don't want to take the money, we're going to send more regulators in and find that you have inadequate capital. And then you have to take the money. So save yourself the embarrassment. Just take the money.
It sounds more like a mafia than a state, but that is
very
what the
much.
state is.
And of course, the excuse is we don't want to stigmatize the banks that actually need the money. But of course, that means everybody gets rescued, and you've got a too big to fail problem where nobody has to worry, if you're big enough, about not being rescued. And so you don't have to be prudent. You don't have to be prudent enough to convince lenders other than the federal government that you're worth rescuing. So that's what it turned out to be. And when COVID came along, they dusted off all the same special lending programs, even though it wasn't a financial crisis. But the Fed got involved for the first time in lending to non-financial companies. So in the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, the Fed was lending to banks, investment banks, insurance companies, but at least they were financial companies, mutual funds, some credit companies like General Motors Acceptance Corporation. But they didn't want to lend to any local governments. They didn't want to lend to any industrial enterprises. In the pandemic, they did that. the Treasury lent to the New York subway system and to the state of Illinois transit system. And the so-called Main Street lending program made loans available to non-financial businesses. So this is kind of a process that keeps expanding because I think the costs are hidden from the public. They're certainly hidden from Congress. The costs of expanding guarantees to the point where the taxpayers are ultimately on the hook for risks taken everywhere.
This reminds me of that phrase, privatizing profit, socializing losses, and it's just terrible. It's not free markets at all. It's a terrible kind of state capitalism. What would you have done? How would you have tackled that crisis?
Well, I like to think that if I was in charge, I wouldn't want to be in charge, but I like to think that if I was in charge, I would try to perform a serious triage operation where the insolvent operators don't get bailed out. Rather, they get resolved, they get liquidated. And if you can clarify quickly who's insolvent and who's not, close the ones who are insolvent and the ones who are open, then shouldn't be impossible. There shouldn't be a panic whereby they can't borrow, because in a way they've been certified. But longer term, the problem is to diffuse moral hazard by rolling back too big to fail. And of course, you can always say, we're not going to rescue everybody. That's what Barney Frank said before the financial crisis. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are not too big to fail. But they, of course, were treated as too big to fail. None of their bondholders took any losses. Only their shareholders took losses. But when push comes to shove, that's when you need to say, look, it's going to cause some pain to people who are hoping to get bailed out, but we don't bail out insolvent firms. So you have to do that early, and you have to do it consistently. An example of the danger from not doing it consistently is when Bear Stearns got into trouble because they were borrowing money actually from Freddie Mac, and they were investing in mortgage-backed securities. They became insolvent, and they were financing their portfolio with overnight loans. And their lenders said, some of their lenders said, we don't think you're solvent. It's too risky to lend to you, even though it's just overnight. So we're not going to roll over what we've been lending to you. It's the equivalent of a bank run. So Bear Stearns goes to the New York Fed and says, we have this funding problem. You need to help us out. And the New York Fed says, well, we don't want to lend to you either, but we'll find somebody to rescue you. And they found J.P. Morgan Chase to buy Bear Stearns, but J.P. Morgan Chase demanded a sweetener. And since they were pretty much the only bidder, they had some bargaining power here. They said, we want the Fed to take the worst $30 billion worth of assets off the balance sheet for us. So you buy them. And the Fed said, well, the Federal Reserve Act doesn't really give us the authority to buy bad assets. We can make loans and we can lend against collateral, but we can't just overpay for assets. So here's what we'll do. And I still don't know who came up with this idea, but they said, we'll create a special investment vehicle off our balance sheet called Maiden Lane, LLC. And Maiden Lane will buy the $30 billion in bad assets. And how can they afford them? We will lend Maiden Lane $30 billion. See, that's a loan. We're allowed to make loans.
And then default and we'll have the...
Well, as it turned out, the Maiden Lane did lose money in the short run, but eventually they got enough of the things they bought to pay off that were able to pay off the loan, but it was touch and go. So this is the legal dodge they used. We can't make you the loan, but we can create our own special purpose vehicle by lending it money and having it buy the bad assets. Like I say, if somebody who had standing had sued, not clear that the courts would have allowed that. I mean, presumably they could see through what was actually happening. It wasn't that mysterious. They used the same device when AIG got into trouble. They created Maiden Lane 2 and Maiden Lane 3 to buy bad assets from an insurance company the rest of the insurance company was fine, but the part that had been speculating in mortgage-backed securities, they were in trouble. So I would not have gone down those roads. I think that was clearly breaking with precedent, quite possibly breaking the law. But after they rescued Bear Stearns, people who had been lending money to Bear Stearns were now all paid back. They were made whole, even though Bear Stearns was insolvent. The response in the lending market, in the bond market, was, oh, well then it's not so dangerous to lend to an investment bank that's heavily into mortgage-backed securities. And Lehman Brothers now found it actually easier to lend. To borrow. They were actually able to borrow more, and they leveraged up even more than they had been, figuring they were too big to fail. If Bear Stearns got rescued, they're bigger than Bear Stearns, so clearly they're going to be rescued. And that was the point at which Hank Paulson drew the line. So the same thing happened to Lehman Brothers. Their creditors said, don't think you're solvent. And they had to go to the New York Fed and say, look, we need money to get it to reopen on Monday. And when the New York Fed went to look for a buyer, the only buyer they could find was a British bank, and who demanded similar guarantees of the bad assets. And they didn't want to do that. And it's still debated why they chose not to do that. On our campus at GMU, the president of the New York Fed, Timothy Geithner, at that point he was Treasury Secretary, but at the time he gave the talk, but he came to give a talk on our campus, in which he said, well, when I was president of the New York Fed, by rescuing Bear Stearns creditors, we did the right thing and the legal thing. But when it came to Lehman Brothers, that would not have been the right thing to do and would not have been legal. And nobody asked him, since this was one of those kind of softball interviews on stage, what's the difference between the two cases? Other than that the terms of rescue would have been a little harsher for Lehman Brothers. That is, the buyer needed a bigger subsidy to agree to do it, and it was a foreign bank, so he didn't. So I don't know what Geithner thought was the difference between the two cases, but a common explanation is that Hank Paulson didn't like Lehman Brothers, didn't like the guy who ran Lehman Brothers, so it was sort of personal pique. But if they had drawn the line at Bear Stearns and not rescued them, and if that had been their policy all along, let's go back even another step. If nobody expected Bear Stearns to get rescued, then Bear Stearns failing would not have caused such fits. It wouldn't have changed people's view about who's going to get rescued and who isn't. But it did change their view in the direction of more people are going to get rescued. And so that caused more risky lending. But when Lehman Brothers was allowed to collapse, that caused the panic, because that really changed people's views about who was going to get rescued and who wasn't. But if it had been a consistent policy all along, we don't rescue insolvent firms, and Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers were both insolvent at the time they were resolved, it wouldn't have caused the upset. It would have been the policy everybody understood.
So here's my question.
What is the thinking behind this? Like, I totally get the thinking behind why the state would want to have a monopoly on money, etc., etc. Why would it not want to let bad banks fail? Like, what is the conceptual error that is being made by the likes of Paulson and Bernanke and Geithner?
We don't want the Great Depression to happen again, and the fear that we don't know what's going to happen if we let them fail. That's what they say. Maybe it'll work out, but we don't want to find out. So nobody wants to be the regulator on whose watch things collapsed. So better to rescue these folks, even if we understand that it's going to create moral hazard and it's going to sow the seeds of a bigger crisis later on. That's going to be somebody else's problem. They probably don't even admit that part to themselves, but even if they did, they would think that's somebody else's problem. So this time is special. We get through this, then we can talk about reforms that will settle moral hazard. So Larry Summers, during the financial crisis, famously or infamously said, "This is not the time to worry about moral hazard." But of course, the crisis in which your commitment to let insolvent institutions fail is being tested, that's exactly the time to worry about moral hazard.
That's the time when it comes
That's
up.
the test case as to whether you're serious about letting businesses that take too many risks bear the cost themselves rather than socializing the cost.
What are the consequences down the line? Because we still have moral hazard, too
We've
big
got-
to fail if anything is expanded.
Exactly, and it's expanded beyond finance into local governments and industries that presumably businesses that employ a lot of people. It's very short-term thinking. In one of my pieces, I quote David Hume as observing that, sometimes it's inconvenient to follow the rule of law, to honor the precedents because somebody is going to suffer in the present day. But we should be thankful to our ancestors who established these rules because we're better off because of it. And we're impoverishing future generations by making a financial system that's more fragile. And with greater fragility comes greater regulation of what firms are allowed to do. And that means less innovation and less risk-taking of the kind that will, improve people's lives. Everybody has to keep doing what we know how to regulate or think we know how to regulate. We don't want to allow them to take new kinds of risks, but that means it's difficult to get new financial products into the marketplace. So it's a recipe for financial stagnation.
Let's talk about the implications of all of this for cryptocurrency. Like, you've described the way the system is and the problems with the government having, the monopoly on money and so on and so forth, where the state, for its own purposes, as you pointed out, part of the reason 2008 happened is that the interest of politicians will always be to keep interest rates low. So there appears to be buoyancy in the markets. The stock market is going up, etc., etc. Everything looks great until it doesn't. And given that the system is what it is and is very difficult to just move away from this to another paradigm, it's interesting that another paradigm just came up in a parallel kind of way with Bitcoin and then other cryptocurrencies and all that. And you've written this great book, Better Money, which is about, gold and Bitcoin and, comparing them and talking about the pros and the cons of each and how even Bitcoin in many ways can lag. There's volatility in its design. It doesn't, the supply doesn't adjust.
Right.
And so take me through your thinking on all of this. Like, when did cryptocurrencies first come into your consciousness? Were you excited? Were you worried? What has been your journey of thinking about cryptocurrencies over the last 15 years? And, how bullish are you on them?
So on X, formerly Twitter, I identify myself with the tagline, studying private currency since before it was cool. So cryptocurrency actually in some way or shape, in some nascent way, entered my consciousness before there was Bitcoin. There was a group of libertarian futurists in the 1990s who called themselves extropians. So extropy is the inverse of entropy. So it's a universe in which things are getting better. So they're optimists about future technology liberating us. And one of the people in that group was Hal Finney. And Hal Finney wrote a piece about private currency in a magazine called Extropy. And somebody who knew that I was interested in private currency asked me to write a comment on it. And Finney was talking about electronic money in the form then known as DigiCash. So this cryptographer named David Chaum had invented this kind of electronic currency that was different from electronic deposit transfer because it could change hands and then be respent again. It could circulate, in other words, outside of the banking institutions, unlike a deposit account where when you transfer it to somebody else, it immediately goes into their account. And so the banks have to know about this transfer and it goes through the clearing system. So historically, we had paper banknotes that would go from hand to hand without the bank knowing about it, which was okay. They didn't need to keep track of who had it. They just kept track of how many notes they had in circulation. And so that provides a kind of an anonymity. And for certain kinds of transactions, it's cheap and convenient. Nobody has to go to the bank or notify the bank. So what Chaum was working on was an electronic way to reproduce those features through a system of, well, a cryptographic signature system, you might call it. They called it blinding in those days. So you could if you received one of these electronic files from somebody, you could verify that it was authentic without knowing who it was who handed it to you. Whereas if you get a check, you only know that it's good when it's cleared against the deposit held by the person who signed the check. So these blind signatures were a way of making anonymous electronic transfers of claims. But in Chaum's system, they were claims to dollars. So he was trying to sell his system to banks. And there was a bank in the U.S. that bought it, but then bought the right to implement it, but then didn't do much with it. And so that's what Finney was writing about. And my comment was, well, this may be a more convenient way to make transactions in dollars, but there's no reason to expect that this will lead to people adopting a different money. People want to be paid in dollars because that's what they can turn around and spend. So there's a network property or an inertia to a monetary standard. And then Finney replied to me saying, well, you need some more imagination. It could be that somebody comes up with an electronic currency which is not a claim to dollars issued by a bank, but which is internet native. I didn't really know what he meant, but which is its own currency. And so he and other cryptographers began thinking about, well, I don't know that Chaum did, but other people were picking up on the idea of an internet native currency that would not be a claim to dollars, but it would be valued for its own sake, like dollars are valued for the sake of their usefulness in making transactions, but without being redeemable for something else. So you can think of the dollar as getting its value from the fact that there's only a certain number of them, and they're useful for making transactions. So you got a demand curve and you got a supply curve and you've got a determinate value. So can you do that with something that is private and doesn't have any sort of legal privileges behind it, like being the only thing you can pay your taxes in, or being the only thing you can pay your court judgments in. So I like to think I had a little bit to do with people thinking about whether there's a way to launch a electronic currency that's not a claim to something else, that's not a claim to dollars, for example. So I didn't hear much about what people were working on until one of my students in 2010 is talking to me about Bitcoin. And I said, whoa, what's Bitcoin? Turns out that Hal Finney is one of the leading suspects for being Satoshi Nakamoto.
I was going to ask you if you're Satoshi.
I'm not Satoshi. So like I said, I was surprised in 2010 to hear about Bitcoin.
That's your story.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So it turns out that in conversation with people like Hal Finney, and Nick Szabo was another one, and I kind of hope that Nick Szabo is part of Satoshi Nakamoto, because he also cited me. And he said, the idea of a private monetary system based on gold has been studied, and cites me and cites George Selgin. And Hal Finney at one point said, well, and Finney is probably most famous for being the first person to run the Bitcoin program after Nakamoto. So he tweeted running Bitcoin like the day after Nakamoto released the program for anybody to run. So Finney said in a blog post that, we've studied George Selgin's theory of free banking, and we don't need a central bank. We can have a self-regulating banking system built on top of Bitcoin. So Bitcoin can be the settlement layer, and banks can issue the common payment media that people use. So anyway, in my own biography, I hadn't heard about what was going on. I wasn't aware of Szabo's proposal for something he called BitGold. Somebody named Wei Dai proposed something called B-Money, and Hal Finney proposed something called reusable proof of work. But these were all systems where the electronic unit that was supposed to have value was not a claim on something else the way Chom's DigiCash was. It was just supposed to have value the way a fiat money has value, by having a use and by having a limited supply. And so the genius of Bitcoin's design is that Nakamoto figured out how to solve what they called the double spending problem, which is usually when you have an electronic file, you can just copy it. And so if this file is supposed to represent a unit of money, well, copy it, and now you got twice as much money. So they have to keep people from double spending the same unit. How do you do that? Well, the traditional way of doing that is each unit is a claim on the ledger of some bank. You can't double spend your deposit because they deduct it from your account balance the first time you spend it. So you can't spend it again. But if there is no bank ledger, how are they going to keep you from copying it and spending it again? So Bitcoin is based on there being a ledger, but it's a ledger that's decentralized, or it's distributed, you might say, because the same ledger is being kept simultaneously by thousands of Bitcoin node operators, or miners, as they're sometimes called. So that solves the double spending problem. And then as far as regulating the quantity of this stuff, Nakamoto kind of took a simple way out, which was, I'm going to pre-specify how many units there will be at every point in the future. So I don't want to make it just a fixed quantity from the first day, because then I'm just dumping it all, and how's it ever going to achieve value? Instead, I'm going to release it gradually as people run the program they get rewarded for validating transactions by new coins being released to the person who validates the transactions. So those are mining rewards. And the size of the mining rewards was initially set at 50 per block, and then 25, and then 12.5, and then 6.25. And I forget exactly where we are now, but it's been cut in half at progressive intervals. But that sequence of numbers converges in the limit, and the upper limit on Bitcoin is 21 million units, which won't be reached for like another century, but about more than 90% of all the Bitcoin has already been mined. So we're at about 19.5 million units, and only 21 are ever going to be mined. And what that does is very clever. It reassures people who accept Bitcoin that they're not going to have the rug pulled out from under them by a batch of new Bitcoins suddenly appearing, right? Which was a problem with the system Hayek proposed back in the 70s under the rubric of the denationalization of money. He said, well, if we opened the competition to produce money to private enterprises, what would they do? Here's what I think they would do. They would attract customers by promising to keep the purchasing power stable, but they wouldn't make it redeemable for gold or a basket of currencies. That's too cumbersome. And they might want to revise the basket. So they would promise that they would keep the purchasing power constant by manipulating the quantity appropriately. If it starts to fall in value, they'll contract the quantity. If it starts to rise in value, they'll issue more. But you have to trust them under that system. And the genius of Bitcoin is you don't have to trust any single party. There's no single point of failure. The redundancy in the ledger being duplicated is what provides the security that when you're the recipient of the Bitcoin, you got genuine Bitcoin. It now belongs to you, and you're the sort of authorized spender of it. Although the ledger keepers only know your address. They don't know your name and address, physical address. So the quantity limit reassures people that they won't be hoodwinked, but it has an unfortunate side effect, which is it means that the supply of Bitcoin does not respond to changes in the demand for Bitcoin. Instead, the price bears all the brunt of increases and decreases in demand. And that makes the purchasing power of Bitcoin very volatile. Right? So by purchasing power, I mean, if you take the dollar price and adjust for the price level, so take inflation out, measure it in, dollars of a constant purchasing power as represented by some base year. And that means Bitcoin is not going to fulfill the function that Nakamoto wanted for it of being a popular medium of exchange. And until everything is priced in Bitcoin, you're not going to want to keep your rent money in Bitcoin or your electricity bill money or your grocery money in Bitcoin because it can fall in value 10% before your bills are due. And now you've got a problem. And people in crypto markets have responded to these facts that the price of Bitcoin is very volatile. It used to be in the early days of altcoins, right? Non-Bitcoin cryptocurrencies like Ether and Ripple and Litecoin and Dogecoin. Those were all bought and sold with Bitcoin. And that was the medium of exchange on crypto exchanges. Not anymore. Now it's US dollar Tether is the most popular medium, and USDC, I think, is second. People who are selling their coins would rather be paid in something of relatively stable purchasing power until they decide, or between the time they sell and buy something else. They don't want to speculate on Bitcoin in the interim. Then they want something denominated in dollars more than they want Bitcoin. And so all the crypto exchanges now, the main medium of exchange is Tether or USDC. So people who are actually using crypto still don't want to use it as a medium of exchange because they speculate in it, they hodl it, but and for people who got in early, of course, it's been a great investment. But hodling is the antithesis of circulating. If everybody's just holding on to their Bitcoin and never selling it, then they're not buying anything with it, and it's not circulating. It's not a commonly accepted medium of exchange, which means it's not going to displace dollars and euros and rupees.
Yeah, as you pointed out, it's become an asset category. People will invest in it. They won't buy coffee with it, or they won't save it for rent, like you said. And part of that is, of course, sort of the design flaw that the supply doesn't adjust. Like the supply of gold, as you point out, would adjust. Right, if the demand went up, you'd be incentivized to go and mine some, and there would be a lag in the price equalizing again. But so, what does a perfect cryptocurrency look like? Because it seems to me that there is a massive sort of hurdle it has to overcome of achieving the kind of network effects that it can go out there in the real world. So in terms of design, if this was one allegedly fatal flaw for Bitcoin, what would a perfect what would a stable cryptocurrency that at least has a possibility of fulfilling all of this, of being a medium of exchange and a store of value, what would it look like?
Let me say that Bitcoin is a medium of exchange for some purposes. It's just not a commonly accepted medium of exchange. So Bitcoin is very useful for people who want to make a payment, but not make it through the central bank system. So in particular, and Alex Gladstein in his book, Check Your Financial Privilege, talks about a lot of these use cases. If you want to send money to a classical liberal civil society organization in Belarus that's disfavored by the government won't let them have a bank account. It won't let you wire dollars to them. But you can send them Bitcoin because you send it through channels that don't go through the Belarusian central bank. And then the group in Belarus has to find a way to sell Bitcoins if they want to have local currency in order to hire people or pay their electricity bills or whatever. But there are local markets everywhere. So it does serve that purpose of making payments that would otherwise be censored. And so it has that niche use. Now, you can also use Tether for that purpose. And when the resistance movement in Thailand, it says they have an alternative government which is trying to oust the military dictatorship. They have announced that they will accept donations in Tether. Because again, the government can't stop them from receiving Tether over the internet. But Tether or USDC or any of the dollar-denominated stable coins has a more stable purchasing power, and so it plays the role of a medium of exchange better. But of course, it doesn't achieve what Nakamoto wanted to achieve in terms of freedom or independence from the management of the dollar, because your Tether goes down in value when the dollar goes down in value. So Tether had 9% inflation when the US dollar Tether, they also have Euro Tether and Gold Tether. US dollar Tether had 9% inflation when the US dollar had 9% inflation. So the next step that some people are experimenting with, hasn't gotten very far yet, are so-called flat coins, where the value isn't pegged directly to a fiat money, but is adjusted for inflation. So the number of dollars you get when you redeem isn't constant. It's what it was worth when you acquired it, plus enough to compensate you for inflation in the dollar in the meantime. For that kind of coin to work, it needs something that Bitcoin doesn't need and that Tether doesn't need, which is they need information on the purchasing power of the dollar. They need an oracle that feeds them information on the CPI or whatever price index they want to use. But there's a second thing that you have to worry about with either a stable coin or a flat coin, which is you have to trust the issuer. You have to trust that the issuer, if the way it works is through redemption for assets that the issuer is holding, you have to trust that the issuer actually has the assets. So there's been a lot of question about whether Tether really has safe assets. So they've been suspected of having investments in Chinese real estate companies, which are a little dodgy. But over the years, they claim that they've gotten rid of that stuff, and now their portfolio is much safer. USDC has been more transparent about their portfolio, but they haven't been quite as popular. And USDC had a problem when Silicon Valley Bank failed, because that one of the assets they were holding was deposits in Silicon Valley Bank. And if all the depositors had not been rescued, so USDC would have had to break the buck. So during the weekend between Silicon Valley Bank being closed on Friday and the FDIC deciding on Sunday that we're going to pay everybody back in full, USDC fell to like 75 cents on the dollar. They had a certain number of assets that they would have lost if the uninsured depositors in SVB weren't paid back. So despite that looking like a very safe asset, we got our money in an insured bank. Yeah, but your deposit was not insured above $250,000. So you have to, do your diligence. And Tether has not been as forthcoming about exactly. They've sort of reported what the categories are that their assets fall into. We've got this much government bonds and this much commercial paper. But, what quality commercial paper is it? They've never been all that forthcoming. With a flat coin that's based on redemption, they have to have assets that will pay them at least the inflation rate if they're going to remain solvent when their obligations are growing in value at the rate of inflation. And I'm not sure how to design that kind of a portfolio. There aren't a lot of assets out there that are indexed for inflation, and that you can sell at any time for a present value that's indexed for inflation. We do have inflation indexed bonds, but their value fluctuates. You only know what their value is in real terms when they mature. So the early flat coins, I don't know. There's one called Spot. I need to really study its design before I'd be sure that it's a viable design. But it's a little worrisome that Spot is defined in terms of a second coin, which is called Ampleforth, because the Luna Terra coin pair, where the value of one coin depended on the other coin and the supply of the other coin depended on the value of the first coin, that turned out not to be a stable combination. So we know Tether and USDC have a viable model depending on them holding a safe asset portfolio. But anybody else, you need to know what their asset portfolio is, or it has to be based, your assurance that the value will be stable has to be based on something other than redemption. And so the project I've been working on as a consultant that you mentioned, Prosaga, it's not instantly redeemable, but the quantity is going to be programmed to respond to the market value so as to stabilize the real value. So it will have an oracle with price indexes being fed into it, and then that'll be the target price for the coin. And then if it's above target, the program will issue more of it. If it's below target, the program will issue less. And that will stabilize its value not every moment at exactly 100 cents, but will stabilize it over time. And the mechanics of it are very much like the mechanics of a gold standard, where, as you mentioned, the supply of gold responds to changes in its real value. When the real value goes up, that incentivizes more mining. That brings the value back down to the normal trend. When the value is low, that discourages mining. That brings the value back up. And that the historical record of the classical gold standard is one of mean reversion. The value keeps coming back to a pretty stable trend. With a cryptocurrency, you can adjust faster than that. You don't have to go out prospecting and file environmental impact statements and take years to bring a new gold mine online. So at least that's the inspiration, but it hasn't been launched yet. So that's coming. I'm told it'll be tested on a live net first in a matter of months. But of course, it's very difficult to get a toehold in a world dominated by established monies. You have to be better than the established monies. And you have to have somewhere you can spend it. So there's always this chicken and egg problem of getting a critical mass of people who will accept it even before everybody else accepts it.
You were mentioning earlier about how resistant movements or dissident organizations in oppressive countries are, happy to accept Bitcoin or Tether or whatever because they don't have any choice. And it strikes me that cryptocurrency is not just a means of resistance, but they're also resistance itself, conceptually. So my question there is...
So there's a book that just came out by some guys I know called Resistance Money. And that's the basis of their case for Bitcoin.
So here's my question, that it is inevitable that the state will not let it happen. The state will push back. The state does not want it's got two monopolies, right? The monopoly on violence and the monopoly on money. It's not going to let one of them be threatened in any way. It is in fact going to use the first of them to defend the second of them. So how big a problem is that? Is there a way around this? Does technology empower us anyway so we can bypass the state? Or, how does this play out?
It is a problem, of course. And so the price of liberty is eternal vigilance, once again. And the authorities have to be convinced not to stamp it out. Unfortunately, so the technology, when I say to Bitcoin people that I don't think it's going to be very popular as a commonly accepted medium of exchange because the value is so volatile, and so fiat monies will survive until they become really unstable. And if that happens, I would think gold would be a more natural candidate because its value is not as unstable. The response I get is, well, look, the authorities shut down the gold standard once and they can do it again because a gold standard requires you to have vaults with gold in them. The authorities can find those vaults and seize them, which is kind of what happened to the gold standard. It's not that in the U.S., that they seized the gold from all the banks. Well, I take it back. That is what they did. So in the Depression, you may have seen a picture of it. They issued this public notice that there was an executive order that everybody had to turn in their gold coins. And it was posted in post offices on or before this date, you have to turn in all your gold coins. And so I'm sure not every private citizen turned in their gold coins, but they were on notice that now they couldn't sell them or spend them. Banks, who were heavily regulated already, they had to turn in their gold coins. And so the Fed got all the gold coins in the system. So they're now in the hands of a federal agency. So they were seized in a sense, not that, soldiers were sent out to take gold coins from people at gunpoint, but they didn't need to do that to get the banks to cooperate. So that's the rejoinder I get, whereas Bitcoin is censorship proof. Well, I wish it were completely censorship proof. It is censorship resistant. And so if you're sophisticated and if you're willing to act underground, if you're in the resistance movement in, I don't know, Nigeria or China or Belarus, then you might be willing to deal in Bitcoin. And certainly it provides you with more privacy in China than having a bank account because the government surveils everybody's bank account. But the governments do have the power to drive it underground. So in China, it's not legal to transact in Bitcoin. Some people do, but those people have to be operating underground. It's illegal to put up a sign that says, "We accept Bitcoin." That at least is legal in the US. And so it's never going to become a commonly accepted medium of exchange if you've got to be a member of the underground to use it. I mean, in some countries, more than half of the workers are in the informal sector. So if they're willing to work off the books, maybe they're willing to have a phone app that's illegal to have that allows them to make transfers that are illegal to make. So in a country like that, maybe Bitcoin could become a commonly accepted medium of exchange.
Much more than half of India is in the informal sector, but don't look at me like that. I'm not fomenting trouble out there.
Okay. Still, they have to keep their cell phones, if that's the means they use to access the web, out of the hands of authorities. And so it's very concerning that authorities in repressive countries are now, demanding people's cell phones at the border so that they can see what's on it. But so the governments do have the power to suppress Bitcoin, even if not 100% of its use. They can suppress 95% of its use. And so people who want financial freedom need to fight for it.
If people listening to this find all of this interesting but want to study it further, what are the books and papers you would recommend, apart from yours, of course, which I'll link from the show notes? But apart from that, what else would you recommend, all the way from primers on the subject of understanding banking and cryptocurrencies and free money, or, higher up the chain to more sophisticated work?
There are a lot of Bitcoin primers that are unfortunately not nuanced, let's say. They're a little too gung-ho. They're trying to sell you on Bitcoin as the greatest thing. But in terms of understanding the beneficial uses of Bitcoin, there's Alex Gladstein's book that I mentioned, Check Your Financial Privilege. There's the book Resistance Money, whose authors, I think there are 3 authors, and I've met them, but I'm blanking on their names right now. So hopefully you can splice that into the tape.
I'll just Andrew Bailey, Bradley Rettler, and Chris Warmke.
Right. So that's Warmker, Retke. So what?
Rettler. Warmker, Rettler, and Bailey.
That's the one. So that's also a sort of motivation for why Bitcoin is not just it's good for you, but it's good for society to have it. There's a very technical, it'll be very technical for most people who aren't trained economists, account of the sort of nuts and bolts of Bitcoin, which is by 2 Swiss authors whose names I'm blanking on.
But you can send it to me later. I'll put it in the show notes.
The title is something like Bitcoin and Blockchain. It's from MIT Press.
Yeah, Bitcoin, Blockchain, and Crypto Assets by Fabian Schaar and Alexander Berenson. Is that the one?
Right. So that's by Berenson and Schaar. Berenson and Schaar work with I think it's called the Center for Financial Innovation at the University of Basel, which is sort of an academic center for studying the usefulness of the potentiality, costs and benefits of Bitcoin and blockchain innovations. On money more generally, I like Hayek's denationalization of money, even though, it's a very good discussion of the possibilities of monetary freedom and debunks a lot of myths about why you can't have good money and makes the point that we have low quality money because we have a monopoly, because we don't have competition where people can choose better money over worse money. So that, in particular, he rebuts the idea that, well, but isn't it Gresham's law that says bad money drives out good? And the answer is Gresham's law only predicts that if you have a fixed exchange rate between the two monies enforced by law. Whereas in the market, bad money will be discounted and good money will go at a premium, and people will prefer good money. So it's bad money that will disappear. So Hayek's denationalization of money is good. George Selgin has a couple of good books. The Theory of Free Banking is probably too technical for newcomers, but he has a collection of essays. What's the title of that? Money Free and Unfree, I think it's called.
Money Free and Unfree, yes. Mm-hmm.
The history of free banking regimes you can read about in the book edited by Kevin Dowd entitled The Experience of Free Banking. A second edition just came out with even more case studies. But it provides lots of evidence that if you let them operate with with really nothing else but enforcing laws against fraud, you can have a stable and successful and innovative financial system. And the reason we don't have free banking today is not because of internal failure of the system, not because the markets are inherently unstable, but because of legal restrictions that led directly or indirectly to state monopolies, that led to central banks.
So my next question is going to be a broader one. This has been quite a masterclass on understanding banks and money. So thank you for that. I thought I'll also go in detail through the clash of economic ideas, but that'll take a few hours more. So I won't hold you up for too long, but some final questions. And one is sort of sparked off by something that you wrote in the Clash of Economic Ideas, where you speak about the journey of knowledge, and you write, quote, "Commercial forests produce trees, which go to sawmills to be turned into lumber, which factories then embody in furniture for ultimate consumers." Hayek's and Keynes's remarks suggest a similar structure to intellectual production. High-level economic researchers produce abstract ideas, which applied economic researchers turn into less abstract policy ideas, which journalists and intellectuals then embody in mass-market books, op-ed pieces, and radio and television commentary for the consumption of policymakers and the public. Stop quote. And then you continue to write about how it eventually gets to the politicians in power. And my question is sort of about this journey of knowledge, that this is a great description in terms of how it used to be, that if we think in terms of the knowledge society, where is knowledge produced, where is it learned, where is it disseminated, you would think of the academy as a site of all of that. And today, increasingly, on the one hand, academia has driven itself, especially in the humanities, I don't know how much in economics, but definitely in the humanities, into a state of irrelevance where there's no connection with the real world, where scholars are more and more driven into silos, where they are slave to fads and fashions and of the day, which may have nothing to do with reality, but they depend on their funding and tenure, for their funding and tenure on all those things, and is increasingly has abdicated that role of knowledge production and, moving that forward. And equally with the, not just with the internet, but all the technology around us and the changing incentives within the capitalist system, now more and more people are empowered to be part of that knowledge machinery themselves. Like Satoshi Nakamoto, for example, as far as we know, he's not an academic somewhere writing a paper and saying, let's do this. He actually goes out and creates it, and it kind of changes the world in whatever way it's changing it. And, many of the great thinkers of our day, I think, are not in the academy, but are outside of it. So, what is your sense through the decades that you've been part of the academy, and you've also, in a sense, been a public intellectual of sorts in terms of getting these ideas out there? What is your sense of this world of knowledge? I don't know what to call it, knowledge society, knowledge ecosystem. What is your sense of how it has evolved? Like, if you were 18 today, would you think of college as the only route to go to do the things you love and to be part of these processes?
It's an interesting question where Nakamoto got his inspiration, or her inspiration, or their inspiration. It may be a committee, we don't know.
Might be you. Why are you winking at me?
But some of the other innovators in that space, with whom, or the people that Nakamoto cited in the white paper, like Wei Dai, cited sort of libertarian, anarcho-capitalist writers as their inspiration for wanting to find a private money that would work outside the established state-dominated banking system. So even there's some intellectual inheritance. In economics, I think economists still, PhD economists still go to the Council of Economic Advisors and advise other politicians and have an input into the policy-making process. But I think you're right that since the book was written, we've seen the flourishing of social media, and that has disintermediated the gatekeepers in some fields. And even in what the public thinks about economic topics, there are people on Twitter who have no standing in the academy, who have hundreds of thousands of followers, for good or for ill, but they have hundreds of thousands of followers. So that is another route to influence things. But even though influencers or people with big Twitter followings may not be in the academy themselves, their ideas came from somewhere. But you're right that it's not the case, and I wasn't trying to say in the book that it was the case that if you want to influence policy, you need to get a PhD, because certainly the influence of people's ideas about coming through film and through novels and journalism, those are not people with PhDs that they're reading or watching. So, do it yourself is a way. And you really have to admire people who have, not taken, you don't have any credentials for as a absolute barrier to having influence. So there are people I follow on Twitter and find very interesting who aren't in academic positions, but who have ideas, are independent thinkers, who follow the news and make sense of it more than people with credentials do. So my excuse for paying attention to academic ideas is not my rationale for doing it in the book. It maybe is a little weaker, and in a second edition, maybe I should talk about where the terrible trade ideas of both parties in the U.S. now having, where that came from. Where did all this protectionism come from? Because it didn't really come from the academy. Some years ago, I was at a conference on African financial institutions, and I ended up editing the conference volume that came out of that conference. But I met a student from Africa at the conference who was a PhD student. I said, well, what do you want to do with your PhD? Do you want to teach? He said, no, I want to get a job with the IMF. I said, why do you want to work for the IMF? And he said, because I want to save my home country, and to give advice in my home country, I can't do it because I'm from the wrong tribe. I can't get into politics. But if I'm an IMF official and they have to make a deal with the IMF, then I can tell them what policies they need to have as conditions for getting the support of the IMF. And at the time, I remember thinking, that's very sad that is the only way you can think of influencing policy in your country, is to come as an outsider on behalf of a multinational company, multinational organization. But maybe today he could be a blogger or have a big following on Twitter and influence opinion in his country. Although, there are even people who have big followings who remain anonymous because either they don't want people to know that they're uncredentialed, or they have an academic job and they don't want to get in trouble for having unpopular opinions. So yes, I would not tell people today that the only way to be influential is to go through the academy and fit into a slot like that. Of course, there's a lot of leakage in that system where people who were interested in changing the world become more interested in having a successful career for obvious reasons. They have families and so on. And so the means becomes an end in itself rather than a means to spread good ideas.
I want to ask now about the process of change in the world. Like, one of the great thinkers I follow who is not in academia is Paul Graham. And he's got this great essay called The Four Quadrants of Conformism, where he talks about how, the world is held back by what he calls the aggressively conventional minded. Like, he makes a quadrant and there are conventional minded and aggressive and passive, and the aggressively conventional minded stand in the way of progress. And I think about this, for example, the tragic examples that always come to my mind are, in the 19th century, there was Ignaz Semmelweis, who was the guy who showed that washing hands can just, if surgeons wash their hands before surgery, so many lives will be changed. And he actually did, empirical studies showing that happened. And he was ignored throughout his lifetime and died in a lunatic asylum. Similarly...
Oh, I didn't know that part about it.
He died in a lunatic asylum. Similarly, there was a guy called John Snow. He was trying to figure out what causes cholera. So in 1849, he wrote about how cholera is caused by dirty water, and he was ignored for more than 40 years, in which time millions of people, including in India, died because his basic insight, which was proved and written about, didn't get out there because of the aggressively conventional minded. And I think about this and think that, we sometimes have an idealistic view that in the marketplace of ideas, the best ideas will win. But it takes time, if it happens at all. There's that saying about how paradigms change one funeral at a time.
Right.
And I wonder how you feel about this, because a lot of what you have been fighting for example, or writing about, or even if fighting for is too dramatic a word, a lot of what you believe in is still not part of the mainstream. When you mentioned how you went into college and you're like, what, they're still teaching Keynesianism? Well, guess what? They're still teaching Keynesianism, right? And it's been half a century. I saw this talk of yours on YouTube where at one point you pointed out that the median economist is to the left of the public on economic views, right? So people who are out there in the real world, the carpenters and plumbers and so on, they get it. But if you're sitting in a little ivory tower, you don't get it, and you will be resistant to change and you will fight for your turf. What is your sense of this? Like, does it dishearten you sometimes? Do you feel that, it happens glacially, but it happens? What's your sense of, how the world changes over time and how hard it is?
Well, that's a big question. In a way, I've been pleasantly surprised that I've been able to have what I consider a successful career, jobs I've enjoyed, interesting colleagues, good students, while being outside of the mainstream of opinion in my field. So I've gotten more respect from people in the mainstream of my field than I feared I would get. On the other hand, changing policy is difficult. So I think keep your expectations low and celebrate incremental improvements. Celebrate what you can get is the way to avoid ending up in a lunatic asylum. But I mean, it's frustrating. I never wanted to go into policy making directly. In fact, when Trump was elected the first time, there was a rumor that he was interested in appointing John Allison as Secretary of the Treasury. And I guess he interviewed him for the job. He interviewed a lot of people for the job, but John Allison is somebody I know. He used to be head of the Cato Institute, and he was a banker before that who has supported academic programs, so I knew him through that. Anyway, when I heard that he was being considered as Secretary of the Treasury, I actually had a nightmare in which Allison was appointed Secretary of the Treasury, and he called me up and said, "Come work for me. I need good people." I said, no, you're not dragging me in.
Why is it a nightmare?
Because I'd be working for the federal government as a policymaker. I would be responsible for every bad policy that I wasn't able to change. And as you say, it's slow going to change policy. But I guess it wouldn't be a nightmare if I thought I could have some positive influence on some policy, and the rest that doesn't change, not my fault. But for whatever reason, I wanted to maintain my academic purity by just putting the ideas out there. So the slowness of improvements, and in fact the devolution of our banking system, increased weakness of our banking system, and the lack of innovation is discouraging. But I guess I can think of the even worse proposals that were not adopted. So we still have in the United States, we still have a banking system that's competitive on some margins. And that's why it's important to try to prevent a central bank digital currency, as I mentioned a while ago. But I'm not entirely oriented toward, if I can't change policy, my life will have been a waste. I also do academic work where if I can convince other academics to change their mind about something, or if I can show people something that they take on board, even if they're not entirely persuaded, that's an achievement. That's an accomplishment.
I didn't just mean policy, actually. I also meant the climate of opinion. And I wonder how that's gone, because like one thing that I love about America is that there's always been this, as part of your culture, this basic respect for individual liberty, partly because of the circumstances of your founding and all of that, which is simply not there in India, and that's heartening. But on the other hand, now both your major parties have embraced statism, and that's
protectionism,
that's not so great.
Yes. So this has always been a problem for libertarians in general. Do you try to work through the political system, or do you kind of stay aloof from it and work through think tanks, but not through political parties? And I've always been on the second tier, or second track, I should say. But the climate of opinion has moved in a libertarian direction on some issues, not on trade recently. But for a long time, trade was getting freer and freer. Average tariff rates in the world were coming down. You should talk to Doug Irwin if you want the details on that story. But broadening who's allowed to get married, that's become more libertarian. Recreational marijuana use has been legalized or decriminalized, at least at the state level, large parts of many states in the U.S., and of course in other countries. Where else have there been advances? The freedom to homeschool your kids it's still a long way from being universal, but has increased in the U.S. My daughter was homeschooled, but we were lucky to live in a state where it was very minimally regulated. In some states, you basically had to sue the state
Wow.
not to prosecute you for truancy if your kid didn't show up at school.
Wow.
We were living in Georgia, where you just had to file a paper that said, my daughter will be homeschooled this year. And she had to take a standardized test. I think it was every other year or every third year to show that she wasn't learning nothing. So that's becoming more widespread. I think the Food and Drug Administration is allowing more people the right to try when they're in desperate circumstances, experimental drugs. So on those margins, there's been some progress toward a freer society. But when Milton Friedman was asked about this at the end of his life, how do you feel the progress has been made? He said, well, look, we finally won the intellectual debate. There really isn't any serious case for socialism anymore. But on the practical level, the size of government keeps growing. It's not shrinking. And at most, there have been some deregulations here and there. So the practical case still needs to be continually argued. Even though the worst forms of communism have fallen, the intellectual, that we haven't reached the end of history. The intellectual battle continues. And in economics, there used to be more economists who would defend central planning or would defend central control of prices. Hard to find anybody who supports that anymore.
You'll find them in India. My final question for you is, takes us to a happier place where, for me and my listeners, I want you to give recommendations of books, films, music that you absolutely love so much you want to share with the world. I know you're a big Bollywood fan, but basically, anything and everything, not just, one genre or one language.
Well, I wish I had drawn up a list because my memory for titles and authors. So the Bollywood film that we talked about earlier, that off the record is Guru, that has the most serious economic freedom message. But for sheer entertainment value, I recommend Sholay to everyone. And if you have a sense of the camp, then I recommend the original Don. In terms of books with intellectual content, Read Plenty is a very entertaining novel about what life was like in the Soviet Union and how the informal market allowed things to actually work when if it were all done formally, it would have broken down very quickly. But what life was like under that kind of system. A book that I read a couple of years ago that I found kind of inspiring was a memoir by a German liberal journalist, and the title was Not I, and I can't remember the author's name, but it was what it was like under the Nazi regime for people who were being prosecuted or suppressed, who had to hide underground because their views were too liberal for the ruling regime. Don't remember his name.
Music?
In music, I have very specific tastes that not that many people share. I'm a big fan of surf music, which is instrumental rock and roll in danceable 2.5-minute snippets.
What's your favorite band or album?
So my favorite bands right now would be the Madeira, the Lords of Atlantis, Man or Astro Man, Satan's Pilgrims. There's a big surf music festival in California that I'm going to next week.
Wow.
So it's not that popular, so it doesn't always come around this area. There are a few bands that travel, I guess, tour is the word, make tours of the U.S., but most of them, they have day jobs, and so they just play locally. So you have to look for the local band when you visit some other city. But this event I'm going to, they're bringing bands from all over the country and even from Europe and Latin America. I listen to Indian music mostly in the fusion genre. So what at one point was called Asian underground, where it's, drums and bass and sitar loops, that sort of thing. Bands like Badmarsh and Shri and have stopped making new music, but there are still some new music coming out. I like sort of music that incorporates some kind of ethnic element with some kind of connection to rock and roll. So in Peru, there were bands that took cumbia, which is the sort of rhythm that's popular in Colombia and Peru, and added electric guitar to it, and they call it chicha. So that was popular in the 70s, and there are still some chicha bands, so I listen to that. But, I don't listen to the radio because there's nothing that interests me on the radio. So I still have an iPod. I've replaced it a couple of times by buying used ones with like 20,000 songs on it. And so I can listen to what I want to wherever I go. Although it used to be the case that you could plug your iPod into the rental car. Mm-hmm. But rental cars no longer have the software to run iPods. So I have to use the output jack and hope that they have an input jack if I want to listen to the iPod.
We need state intervention to solve this. Surely this is a market failure.
So the other thing I can do is put music on my phone because a lot of cars have Apple Play, which will take music from your phone and play it. So I do that when that's necessary to listen to music in a rental car. But that's one of my main hobbies is finding new music that I like. So I'm not stuck listening to the music I listened to in high school. So I spend time on Bandcamp, and when I go to music festivals, I go to the band's tables and buy their CDs that I can't get elsewhere. My tastes in movies are fairly conventional. I like Quentin Tarantino and monster movies, and the most recent Godzilla -1, really should have gotten more Oscar nominations. It was really very good. Godzilla versus King Kong, that franchise is terrible. Don't recommend that, but I watch a wide array of, ordinary popular movies. When I was younger, I made it my mission to see everything made by Fellini. Mm-hmm. But now I've accomplished that, and he's not making any new ones, so.
What's your favorite Fellini film?
My favorite is Amarcord.
1975. That's a beautiful film.
I also like Roma, even though it's kind of disjoint, because I saw it in Rome with an Italian audience where they were yelling at the screen. So that was a great experience.
My favorite Fellini is I Vitelloni. That's one of his early movies, the coming-of-age film set in, I think, Rimini.
Well, it's kind of depressing. It's these layabouts.
Life is depressing.
And so I like the music in those films, too. So I have a lot of Nino Rota on my iPod, as well as Morricone, because spaghetti westerns are another genre I like, which is obvious. If you like Tarantino, you have to like spaghetti westerns.
Yeah.
And of course, he's recycled a lot of the music from spaghetti westerns.
Awesome, Larry. Thank you so much for your time. You've been extremely generous, and thanks a lot. More power to you.
Thank you. It's been fun. It's been, well, not even 5 hours.
I mean,
But it went by quickly, so.
thank you. If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up all of Larry's books. The Clash of Economic Ideas, especially the chapter on India, is wonderful. You can follow Larry on Twitter at LawrenceHWhite1. It's linked from the show notes. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.